You know, yesterday was free. We cannot have facilitators without having students, and the only way we can know that we actually gain something when we ask questions. Whether you get it right or not is but the fact that you gained a little bit of knowledge. We're going to start this morning. Yesterday, again, the facilitator noted that we start in clusters, and I can see we are still sitting in clusters. So what will be done is from each cluster, it will be required that at least one person from each cluster will give us a little idea of what he or she learned and from yesterday's presentations. So, were you around yesterday? Fortunately for you, I'm doing personal discussion. We'll be going table to table. Very short. What did you learn yesterday? You can give us your name, please.
My name is yesterday program was interesting, and one of my take home yesterday was the first facilitator, Paul Eruban. Yeah, actually opened my eyes to the importance of facility management. I'm not into facility management, but at least I'm a builder and into plumbing. There are some things that are actually, for example, the importance of taking record of virtually everything in your property to know more about them, so that anytime you are being called upon, you give them the information ASAP.
That's a very good one. He talked of the logbook, the fact that your record log contains every detail about your assets. What type of assets is it? What manufacturer? If it was this or that, was it fixed? Every asset. And definitely that is one of the responsibilities or competencies that the facility manager or the facility professional will have to develop. So, one of your kids away yesterday. Okay, you're not around yesterday.
I was around.
So that means
what my eyes got open to was knowing that facility managing facility is actually a professional business. I noticed that a lot of works are doing this issue of facility. Eyes were open to a lot of technicalities and facility.
Thank you very much, sir. That's a good one. That means that facility management is not just like this, something that will just branch into a corporate. Anybody from this table? Any of our ministers? We want to equality.
Yes, I also learned something from the first lecture yesterday concerning as a facility manager,
as a facility manager, I need to be conversant with everything that has to do with the organization as regards the assets. I need to know about the customers, their stakeholders. And then we also talk about the index, that's the calculation of the cost of replacement of an asset in the facility, and many other things.
And that's wonderful. So we learned yesterday of the 3 keys: the people, the process, the one and all. Yeah, integrity, observation, and other checks, and how to prevent acts in case of emergency. That's the vision that I've learned about planning, about concepts, and learn about building conditions and effects, which I believe is one of the key ways to maintenance and services for other facility managers. Thank you very much. Now, from the last question, I'd like us to look at what is the application from what we learned yesterday. Can anybody in the last class actually tell us an application, one application, practical application to what you are presently doing that you apply immediately you get to the office on Monday, or maybe starting from next week, like you learned yesterday? Whatever it is, whether you're an architect, the person who happened to be involved in building services, he actually told us what he will be doing going forward, because he has learned the importance of record keeping or using the logbook, asset logbook. So, from the last poster, based on what we learned yesterday, practical application going forward.
Good morning, everyone. The highlight for me was when Farid was talking about the energy audits. When you see a whole lot of money from 6 million bringing downwards, that's a whole lot that can even be used in our own house. And another thing is that when Dr. Akila talked about sick baby syndrome. Anyway, it's what I know before, but now in now bringing into facility management, that's the highlight for me yesterday.
That's a wonderful, a very good one. Yes.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, sir. I don't know, maybe somebody will have said this, but one of the take home and there is for me, when the Dr. Paul, when he was presenting, he talks about we abandoning the projects after we have done constructing and every other thing and leave it out to work. And when we look at it in the real sense, that is exactly what is happening. And then by this course, it also broadening our horizon that it does not stop at construction. We need to take the next level, which is the management of the facilities. And it also talks about leisure management too. When he was talking about getting an hotel for 500 naira, it's as good as keeping under the bridge in Lagos State. So, and then getting an hotel, pay each sum of amounts, and then you just discover that the food services there and nothing they took home. So it is not so good. So I also see a responsibility of a facility manager in that aspect. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, that is key. He talked of the aspect of how important it is for us to do an audit of our assets, and then using the instance of the energy audit that from Farid gave yesterday. And like you said, all of us go, aside of using it for our different organizations and practices, we also do it for our art, especially if you are a person. Use it for your house. Good morning, sir. So I actually learned about the energy audit. Sorry, I apologize. I also learned that it shows that we were learning. Yes.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Peter. Actually, when
Farrell was something about how people do waste the sources of water. And I was actually thinking yesterday if there's any way we can introduce this water meter into facility where even the people occupying the facility, they can actually control the water they use. Because the moment you start paying for something, you begin to think how to manage, you'll be conscious because the rate the net price now, everybody's now conscious that if I'm not at home, please go with the light. But I used to tell my children now that if you're not in your room, all the fan, all the whatever is there, and so we are now being conscious about the utility bills that we are paying. So if there's any way we can actually introduce the same thing as in the water meter. Now, yes, it's facility, and I'm bringing people to come and occupy it. As a facility manager, you can propose to your client that, oh, I want you to put a control to the use of water so that when you're actually paying, or you know that once you finish the liter of this water, you're already out of the control. I think that's one of those things actually I picked to work on them.
Thank you. And I think that's something that almost all of us are working on, because one way or the other, these are services that we use constantly: electricity, water, waste management. And one of the performance indicators for facility managers, I work somewhere where the basis for evaluation at the end of the session, at the end of the year, is if you have spent less than what you spent last year, but we are able to achieve more. So there was a certain year where the head of admin was actually demoted, but she was removed, and somebody else was made the head of admin because she actually spent more. And so every organization is actually looking at systems that you can use to maximize the user benefits. Like we've been told yesterday, the why, the people, they are the key. So if they can achieve what they want to achieve with minimal cost, then as a facility manager, we won't have achieved our responsibilities. Yes, sir.
Good morning. Yesterday, when Paul was talking, he said something very bad that really struck my. He said that about the 7 professions we built in family, but we struggle with the 10%, while the remaining 90% are being done by people that are not even in the built environment, throughout the lifespan of assets. At the same time, the former president, President Buhari, in the presidential executive of 11, signed in April 6, 2022. It's really made a milestone in this facility policy. I look at it as a quick start, mostly for the NDA, we that are in the public sector, which enforces the NDAs to establish a maintenance unit and department in their different bodies in order to care for national building assets. So another thing I picked yesterday when they were talking was the role we need to play. I remember in my early days, we were doing a construction where in making the swamp, you know, to be precise. I see these estate people and the lawyers and people, we just how long is it going to take you to see this project? Like, maybe the next 6 months, but it will be a timeline for the completion. You won't believe my boss that I work under, I can tell you for free that project, if you made any profit out of them, it can be in the region of maybe 10 to 15 million. But immediately they give the call through that the project is over. All these lawyers have just came and sold the property and just got away with like 20 of what we spent over almost a year plus to do. And you see the same lawyer will come back to not the owner of the building to continue maintaining his assets if you allow him. In my days in Unilag, I did the master's in I did my master's in intellectual law and economics. Professor Yobo, when he was talking, he said something very nice. He said that lawyers venture into every profession, and in the hierarchy of professions that he was attacking the medical doctors. He said they are so limited to their profession that they don't want to know anything outside medicine. But lawyers, if you talk about cyber security, if you talk about anything, give them IS6 posts, they will push into it. Are you getting me? I like the spirit in the built environment that developed me, trying to get back what really and actually belongs to us. This is not my little contribution.
That's a very good one. Yesterday, the key phrase for me when Dr. Rubami started speaking, like I said, was follow the money. That was what he said. He said, follow the money. And I think it made both professional and economic sense. That if 90% of value is in a certain location, you move there rather than trying to struggle with 10% that has been. Yes. Online, our members online, good morning. We will be getting to you. One or two of you should just get ready to be able to also share with us what you learned yesterday before we proceed with today's proceedings.
Good morning once again. Just to buttress what you said from what the speaker says today, I follow the money. One of my take home as well yesterday is that as a plumber, after my work, I manage the projects probably 3 months. After 3 months, I answer. And a couple of clients has always been asking me, come back and do this thing. But I prefer to go after I finish, let me go for another one, for another one. But from what you said yesterday, that follow the money, it actually opened my eyes to that. As a builder and as someone that has a specialty, it's something that I can actually venture into. And that yesterday actually opened my eyes and I made up my mind. I think I'm going to follow the money.
So, our members online, is there anyone who has left 1 or 2 things and wants to make contributions before we start this proceedings? Just 1 or 2 people. Can you indicate by a raise of hand or you put on your mic? Online participants, what we learned yesterday, that's what we are looking at. We're reviewing yesterday's learning. Well, maybe we'll be coming back to you soon. So today we will continue with our learning, and I'll be bringing up for the first presentation of today, Dr. Abiodun. Thank you. My student that is talking, little clap from the moderator. Good morning, Chairman. Colleagues, our students, we are calling because they are all in facility management. As I'm standing now with my students, I will need your attention. And yesterday, when I started, I said that thank God there's recognition now. And I discovered that from my evaluation, out of 4 of us that presented yesterday, you catching topic of yesterday was that energy. And I think Dr. Farani, our topic was the most captivating for yesterday. Yeah, fine. because most of these things that we are talking about is what we don't open our eye on, but they are born and they are all available within our facility. Now, also, people say that, like last speaker said that you go for the money. Everybody wants to go for the money, but let us make sure that you know how to go for that money. On that note, I want to start today's lecture. Yesterday, I said I'm the only one that come from the southwest. No, Eko is not southwest. Eko is west now. I'm really okay. I can see my state counterpart. Look at our attire. Everybody are in suits, jacket. You are all Igbo. No, Lagos is closer to London. So you are sharing boundary with Igbos. So okay, I will set. Now, today's topic is performance monitoring and benchmarking. Performance monitoring and benchmarking. In this aspect, if any facility manager wants to perform excellently, you are going to be the first person to assess yourself in that aspect. Some of us today, okay, maybe I should let us go to the next slide. Okay, we'll watch video later. Let's go to the next slide. Now, performance monitoring and benchmarking are measures that are used to stimulate good performance outcome. They are considered important in industry where there is an absence of competitive market process. Like in facility management of an organization, there's no that competitive market, unlike when you are not competing between one organization or the other. You know, you are competing. But self-evaluation, the benchmarking and performance evaluation is being used in an organization to check your performance. For example, now you have to schedule maintenance for your organization. Every Wednesday, you have to clean, you go to the cobweb and do this and do that. You have assigned that responsibility. That is your benchmark. But it is your job function to evaluate. You know, some of us, because by the time you become a facility manager, maybe you are on top already. You like sitting down and sending messages without monitoring it. Somebody that is managing this facility may not even know that in the last 2 days, the routine maintenance have not been done. We just have to ensure, have you done it? Every place is clean. So, performance monitoring refers to the practice of tracking, evaluating progress toward facility maintenance goal. Every organization has maintenance goal. Some of us that will say we are facility manager. If I come to your house, you will know that you are just facility manager. When last have you cleaned your window? Remove using a vacuum cleaner to remove maybe dust, sand within that window. Shola window. Fatima, go and clean. Have you cleaned the no? As a facility manager, you have to follow up whatever before you can make sure that you are tracking. Performance monitoring is tracking what has been scheduled for people to do. Now, when you are not monitoring performances, or you are monitoring performance, you have to track your routine or schedule maintenance progress. Also, choose method of performance monitoring that is practical. Your method must be practical. let's say this, the height of this hall is like times 3. And in this organization, you didn't provide means of access to that building. It is not practical. You just be complaining. The cobweb will continue to be there because the cleaner will not fly and go and clean it. You must make sure that it is practical in the sense that, and that is why majority of us that are builder, more major function when we are involved in design stage is that the buildability and maintainability of facility is very, very important to us. Forget that you are facility manager of that project. You know you are going to build and then leave to. It is part of your colleague that come and maintain it. So when an architect, sorry to say, when they want to design, they look at aesthetic value. What is the mode? How can we do it? Okay, this design is relevant in UK. Considering temperature and other factors, maintainability, buildability, because and that is why as a builder we have various software that can determine that for us. You as a builder that is engaged in any building, the maintenance issues should not come up if you are involved from the beginning, because all these factors have been considered. If design was going to that you must provide a maintenance access to the structure for them. So next slide.
Next slide.
Next slide. Benchmarking. We said benchmarking is used in an organization globally as a means of checking the deployment of resources. If applied correctly, it will lead to effective value management of facility service provision. You have assigned people in your organization. You must do this, you must do that, you must do that. That is benchmark. No, I talked about benchmark the other time. In practical sense, you can't take a basic to sites, especially when the height of wall is more than 1.5 and you expect the person to be molding 200 pounds for you per day. That is not good benchmark. And after 4 o'clock, you now come down and you didn't finish well, and the job is not so. No. Appropriate benchmark must be provided. Is that okay? So when you provide this, probably is actually deployment of resources. When you deploy your resources, I use this all in most cases. You are the manager, you can't assign one person here to clean here in the morning, the same person after you are finished to come and clean, and then when you are having 3 hours, you now still put the same person that because you are a cleaner, he's going to clean, he or she is going to clean definitely, but you are not going to have expected results. There will be some corner that will just try to push some things to that so that you will be able to meet up your expectation, because you are giving more than what it is expected of that person. The facility management, we said benchmarking can be defined as a process of comparing product, services process, and any activity with other or peer group with a view of identifying the best practice and targeting oneself to emulate it, as defined by William 2000. Most of the things that we are doing, every benchmark, you have level of comparison. The last time that we are talking about hotel, if you are paying 20,000, they say you check this hotel, you are paying 20,000. You check another hotel, you are paying the same amount. You know, the next thing that will come to your mind as a customer is to look at what are the facilities that is available here, what are the same facilities that is available here. When you now discover the disparity, definitely you don't want to go for the lesser one. So that is benchmarking. It is common to benchmark. It is common for benchmarking to be correctly with performance measurement techniques, such as methodology techniques. In most cases, we look at benchmarking and as a measurement techniques that at least you should be able to hit 10 pandemic. No. A standard benchmark, the difference between benchmark and the performance that somebody can do. For example, now I can be able to take 3 tasks at a time. Somebody may be able to take 2 tasks at a time. So you have to look at which one is the best task. As you can measure that performance. Is it that 2 tasks or 3 tasks? You know, we are gifted. Some people can continue working under pressure without without anything. But we have some people that they have limitation to their working wrestling. So that you cannot be using somebody because somebody can work for 10 hours non-stop and somebody is working. What is obtainable standard should be part of our behind our mind as a facility manager. That's fine. So we have some techniques that are used in benchmarking. We talked about it probably yesterday. So benchmarking is describing strategic practice responsibility for high performance, understanding how facility best practice work. And I will say that we have some steps, about 4 steps. Instead of organizing, collecting and analyzing and adapting. If there is a significant gap between customer expectation and customer perception, the facility has a service that we said that yesterday. Let me use much of time on that. Let's like this. So, what are the perspectives for people about this benchmarking, the wider perception? When people think that benchmarking is only about comparing cost level, but there are in fact numerous aspects of facility management that can be benchmarked. For example, space use. In space use, one of which is that the space is used spread as the drive for all premises costs. For example, now, this hall, we can benchmark it as okay, it's 100 seater capacity. What is wider space? How many tables are we putting there? How often are we going to maintain it? So space can also be benchmarked. You can benchmark your space. Parking space, you can benchmark it. Okay, this is that because like this space now that can contain 5 vehicles, you may just open a space. What you are expecting, the input you are expecting that you are having 20 rooms and then you are having a space for 50 cars. Automatically, you are wasting that space, and then the cost of maintenance of that facility will get up increasing. You understand now? So space, you can also benchmark the space. But okay, we have some computer-aided facility that can assist us in benchmarking the most of. We have a software of benchmarking that can also assist us. Like I said the other time, under buildability, especially for builder, we have some software that can let you know when you do certain value about space of your room. Is it adequate? Is it too large? If you are putting, there's a software there on health and safety. So all those software will assist you in benchmarking some of your activity that you want to benchmark. Next, quality, benchmarking the quality of facility service. It is necessary to look at the way in which quality can be benchmarked and how the result can be set out. Some of those techniques include user satisfaction survey. If your organization, every organization has facility manager, you can do survey, whatever that you are doing. Even in this DBT, some of our training, we do put questionnaire out. Let people evaluate you. Because even when you are making profit, does not mean you are satisfying people. For example, now, some people want to launch around this place. If you are to travel from far, if you launch this, I think you are attending this, is very closer. You be forced. That does not mean that people like you, but conditions warrant it. So by the time you put up a survey to look at how customers are satisfied, we have some Google design sometimes. You see some hotel or some airline, they will tell you to evaluate. If there are even some app that we use, they will ask you to rate it. So you will rate it. So one of the best techniques is to use either questionnaire interview to know whether those people that is enjoying that service are really satisfied. They are not patronizing you because of condition. Also, we have background to provide facility manager with valuable management information to improve overall facility management service delivery so that the value for money. Based on this questionnaire, you are able to know where you are lacking and where you need to improve. Next one. Balance the scorecard. When you are saying balance the scorecard, the most popular and widely acceptable among performance measurement models, PSC, that is balance the scorecard. And it was developed far back since 1992, and it was accurately described and communicated effectively. The balance scorecard management shows that your benchmark and your performance evaluation. You have to, as you said earlier on, there are certain benchmarks that is not achievable, that you cannot measure your performance against that. That is why, as a facility manager, you don't just sit on the table controlling. All those things that are on your table, the request, the schedule you need to prepare, are you doing it timely? Because you also have to have the balance scorecard before you can control others to have that. I think I'm communicating because you also are not just sitting there as facility manager controlling people. Those boxes that stop on your table, the schedule of facility, the monitoring, and some other things. Are you doing it? Are you not the type that will say, I come and do the second day? So when the second day comes, so you are still compounding it. If you are the type, you find it difficult because your benchmark will be a wider one that your performance will not be able to measure the performance against. So next slide, please. So now said that balance scorecard translates to organization vision into set of performance indicators distributed among the following perspectives. Customer. The word customer that I've been using does not mean buying and selling in most cases. Who is consuming this facility that you are managing is the word customer. For example, now you are facility manager for this hotel. We are customer, and then that light went off. There was a scenario in the program in 2021. It was messy. The generator, they just took the lights. By the time they went to the generator could not start. About 2 generators, 2 mechanics. They discovered that one was not serviced as at the time they're supposed to service it. The backup was having problem. You know PACN or IBDC that we use in our own or a cold DC. They will not bring light in the next 2 hours. You are a serious mess that day. The next thing is the manager of that facility said he has instructed the technical officer that they should service the main generator 2 weeks ago. I didn't give report back that it was not serviced. Look at the excuse. That it was not serviced. That he didn't pay for that service. If you ask somebody to go and do a service for you, did you pay? Where did you pay as a facility manager? When? Now the backup. When last have you even serviced the backup? So it's very important that the customer is not only buying and selling. Those people that are enjoying that facility, they are the time customer. They are your priority. It's very important. Now, internal processing. What internal process of satisfying customer must we excel at? You know, I told you the other time that questionnaire and some other things will assist you as a facility manager to know which area are you going to improve. So, this internal process, you have to look at it. How can we do this thing better? For example, people are complaining about our environment is dirty, it's not serene, and then we have somebody that call the flower that do the landscape, and people are still complaining. You now look at what are the internal process. Are you going to sack that person? Most of them, as Oga observed
day before yesterday. They do start some traps when they are not performing well. For example, now, if the trainer are not training well, or somebody that is in charge of something, they will sack them. So if that is the best internal process to change that workforce, so it will be very, very important. Financial, what are the perspective of shareholders, clients on our operations? You know, in most cases, you are going to have some clients. What are their perspective? So because the perspective of shareholder or client will determine what are they putting money into, and innovation. How can organization learn and improve? We improve based on whatever information we get ourselves. Like today now, yesterday we are having some meetings with our IT. We discovered that today they came as early as possible to test run whatever they want to test run. Up to this moment, we are having each free from IT section. You will see that we are having that. So that is innovation. How can organization learn and improve? Next. Now, there are some definition. One of the definition, another definition by boy, I said that of the other one. So performance, quantity of output. You look at what are the quantity of output. What is the quality of output? What are we producing? What is the quantity? What is our quality? Especially when you are facility manager in the production sector, maybe you are working with Dangote now. What is quality of our output as a facility manager? You are not production manager. You are not production manager. When you are facility manager, the quality and quantity of your output does also be paramount to you. Because asset that you are managing and the one that is producing it, if your convoy point is not working properly, even when they make production and there's nothing to move that bag of cement to where it's going to be stored, there will be problem. So it's very important. Efficiency of the process. All the process that are identified, all these internal process, what is the efficiency? Is it working as we want it? And then we have user satisfaction. It is deductible from scholars. It is deductible from scholars that productivity, efficiency, and customer satisfaction are the most important indices of performance measurement. We know that by buying your products, you are doing A and B select, and each time you use it at site, you are not having the expected result. That company is not performing. You are not performing at all. As a teacher, you are teaching students, and so the main objective of measurement of performance, major motivation made in this study to have some weight measured to 4 perspective balance scorecard and system physical states, typical failure of events, and policy public maintenance. Your evaluation, in fact, is going to be negative about them. So you can, your own house, that's why when you get to UK today, they will say this building is in 90 so. But in Nigeria, we will demolish. We will not demolish because we lack that culture, maintenance culture. That's what we lack. Somebody will just buy car after 3 years. And he bought that car from Tokumbo that somebody has used for 10 years. But when he uses it for 3 years, he will not maintain it. It becomes a scrap. So now, policy governing is maintenance. Your policy in any organization must be flexible. Because when you say that, no, we cannot change AC, we can only change AC every 6 months. We have new AC that will develop first. What they will target is factory fault. Have you seen that before? When you buy new thing and then you discover that it's not working, they will say it's a factory fault. And then the analysis, even when manual says that it's a 2-year warranty, that does not mean that it cannot be faulted within that 2 years. It's only that after sales service is going to be free. That is warranty. So it's very, very important. So our policy must be flexible in order to be a very good facility manager. like your mechanic just fix it to you, or technical officer in your one of your sections that Oga, this generator is packing off. Now say no, when did you repair it? No, we cannot do it. Let us do it like that. When it's going to disgrace the organization, you don't know. But as a good facility manager, you visit. What is the problem? You listen. What can we do? Do we need another expert to check it? What is the major problem? You listen to it. You don't have a policy that no, it is October 1 that we remove the oil, and it is that October 1 that we are going to do it. That is not a credible policy, and it will not give you necessary productivity. Now, in summary, let us see how to use the balance forecast software for performance measurement and sports. And I think the practical session, registrar, we are going to use some software, I think tomorrow, right? So in that side, you know, like, what is my financial input? How do we appear to shareholder financial input? And then look at how do customer perceive us? We establish this facility to be serving people. We have spent 1 billion. People are enjoying it or not. So we look at it. What are our internal process to improve? And what innovation are we bringing up? So that will give us a balanced scorecard. Thank you very much. And next slide. So as I said, every knowledge is a light. Even when you know it, every available time that you have opportunity to attend any lecture, there's no any knowledge that is waste. Knowledge is a light, and it helps us to live to our dream. Thank you very much. When I'm dropping the mic, the video will be shown for better understanding of what you have been saying so far. Thank you very much. So I will be waiting for questions later. Okay. Yeah, question, right?
Thank you very much, sir. In your last presentation, towards the end, you cited an example that let's assume that this organization, this facility, as we are working, as we rented this space and the light went off and the generator will not come up, and probably just repair the generator. In that case, how do you make sure as a facility manager, how do you make sure that the technician actually do the work effectively, that it actually done what he or she is supposed to do, so that to avoid this kind of embarrassment?
Now you could see that the breakdown of facility will not start immediately after you are using it. Yesterday they gave us FBI that when you are maintaining a facility, by the time you get to certain index, you will know by your mind that facility require replacement. You understand? If you are managing an organization like this, you don't have one generator based on Nigerian factor. You know, experience counts a lot. In this country, if you are in Ghana, you may not even keep your generator for 3 years. You may just have it there. I went for a research in Leicester University. They have one big generator. That generator is as big as this hall. For 9 months that I spent there, nobody got that generator. And I asked the professor, what is the essence of this generator? He said that there may be inputs or incoming electricity to the institution that will have problem. And most of our lab, we have experiment. It's a matter of, there's a sensor that will trigger that generator. But for 8 months that I spent there, they didn't kick it. They didn't. But do you know what? They do routine check on that generator. That's why they are not using it. They do routine check on it. So as a facility manager, you know when some things need replacement, you will be proposing for it. That is where first mention tell us how to know whether your index is between 0.0 to 1, if it is 1. When it's getting to 3, about 30%, you know that, okay, because a lot of factors affect the maintenance and repair of some of our mechanical facilities in Nigeria. We are using cars, we are using Toyota now. If you don't go to Toyota factory by yourself, anything that you are using to replace it, have it at the back of your mind, is as good as the one that you remove from it. You know, that is because you have to understand the premises at which you are working. You are working in Ghana, you are working in South Africa, you are working in London, it may be different. They will give you the right thing. But when you go to Ladipo that you people will Lagos patronize, the one that you remove, they will refurbish it and still send it to you. So you have it at the back of your mind that it's as good as the one that you are removing from it. It was there at the back of your mind. So that you have another factor. It is Nigerian factor. It is not anybody's fault. I don't know whether you have that experience before. So what you are going to do in a situation like that, have a backup and then look at the index of that facility. Is it closer to replacement? That means that the closer to replacement is not reliable. You understand? But if it is not, you cannot have one. Immediately one fall, you immediately switch to another one. So in most cases, and then in this present country, I usually encourage all this solar energy backup something in most cases. Even if it is costlier, it's more reliable and save energy from the yesterday topic. It's also save energy of the noise pollution, every other pollution. If they put on generator, you know amount of carbon monoxide that will release to atmosphere. So sometimes if you can manage it, it's like a proposal. Some people do not have that knowledge that you can manage your energy efficiently. That's what somebody was saying yesterday. The method they are using to tell that you are visiting, you can use it in your house. You can control the switch of your house at anywhere. Maybe when you are going out, you put that thing, you remove it. So all the light, instead of telling the children that switch off this so switch off that, you can program it. It doesn't cost anything. You can program it that when they are leaving, it switch off naturally. So it's a sensor. Okay. You have a question? Okay, we'll go immediately after this question.
So, in relation to what you have now, can we say probably I remember a course like that, you have to do a depreciation value for a machinery. So probably you plan that okay, this machine will be using for 5 years. So after 5 years, we calculate the scrap value and sell it out to buy another one or probably. So can we say the benchmarking or the index as explained correlates or the same as this depreciation value?
Definitely. Because you know the first speaker said yesterday that when you look at, especially some of us that work with government organization, when you see your works and maintenance department, they will tell you that the cost of just an experience in my organization, there's this 505 code one that is assigned to one of our ventures. By the time they want to say that this motor, they want to remove the engine and the tire, when you look at the estimates for repairing Peugeot 505, and when you want to buy Corolla 2005 then, it's like 200,000 naira difference. You just look at it. How much are we selling this car? Okay, don't let us sell this car because this car will not worth more than 200,000. Sell it. Let us auction it. No, in an organization like that, you have to auction. Put it to part of what you want to auction. But sometimes, when you look at the relationship value, it's the same thing as that index we are talking about. This value, this property depreciates. to a value at which, because when you get to a certain point, your repair will be almost the same. Your repair, because it's not something that will come. I've said something about Nigeria, except you are importing that thing, or you are taking it back to the factory that will give you. But if you are buying from Oyibo, you are buying from Ladipo, you are buying from that. By the time they couple everything together, you just say that the great boss of A is not working with B, and then he's not having the problem of supplying fuel. The injector, they will give you set. So the best thing is to replace in that case. Okay. Yes, somebody is online. Let's listen to that person online.
I know question.
Yes. Yes. Mr. Ebeloku, you are live on. Can we hear your question?
Hey, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Okay, I actually wanted to seek clarity on this. Okay, what if I've done all the necessary checks and there are factors that are beyond control of the facility manager, and during the time of need, there's a major breakdown. How will I be able to address this?
Come again, sir.
Okay.
Okay. Yes, it depends on the facility. Did you start with us yesterday?
Yes, I did.
You will see our first speaker told us about our facility. That we have to keep on monitoring the depreciation index of every facility. For example, now we are having a generator. Is spending 6 years, 5 years, or 7 or 10 years. Now look at the cost of repair the first time, the cost of repair the second time, the cost of repair the third time, and then you now discover that the last time this facility breaks down, the index is more than 30% cost of repair. You should be preparing for the presence of that facility. So especially it gets worse when the cost of repair and buy another one is getting to about 50%. So before that facility gets to that, you have to make sure that you have a repayment plan. Now, let's say you now buy the facility within guarantee year, you are also expected a breakdown. As make an illustration that you can buy new thing and when Deco is not working, they call it factory faults. I don't know whether you have experienced that.
Yes.
You understand now? So now it depends on facility you are talking about. Let's say this hotel, you are the facility manager. You can't rely on one generator as a backup because of the nature of electricity supply in Nigeria. So you must have about 2. You have to make sure that the 2 are working perfectly. So if one form, the other will not form. So that is the best advice. Have I answered your question?
Thank you very much. Yes, I'm okay.
Yeah.
Sir, the question actually.
The question I was actually asking, I just use the generator as an example. Yes. In a situation whereby it's not generator, yes, it's like a service. Let me say, electrician or a plumber.
Yes.
It just did a restriction of work. Okay. And at the end of the day, the same problem still persists. So how do you change? Okay. As a facility manager, how do you check that the person that you send to do something has done something? Let me use an example. The WC that is doing overflowing. The person comes, you rectify it. At that moment, probably he said he has finished. And the same thing happened in the next maybe 24 hours, even before 24 hours, he started doing the same thing.
And what can we do? Yes. Is it the most critical aspect of building maintenance is these plumbing services? I don't know whether you have experienced the very tough challenge with that services, especially this conduit method that we are using, and especially when you are having more than a floor. is a very challenging that and to even break the floor when you have an inbuilt, you know, from the construction you must have put an inbuilt, you are very everything. What you are going to do in that service, especially now, that service is the most critical aspect to me, maybe based on my experience, that when there is a fault, you can still manage the bungalow, break the tiles, and then replace the tiles. When you are replacing the tiles in Nigeria market, you may not see these tiles again. We don't have continuity in our design pattern. You may not have it, you may not even, except you have leftover, and then that breakup is not more than that leftover. You put hope, and then the next thing you see the market is Fanta, you just put Fanta there. So that aspect is most challenging aspect. And then it's not challenging aspect. It depends on our advice to our parents. There are plumbing material that can last. You know, every material, one of the major challenges that we have is that every material has duration for their services. They are not, the maximum, even the painting, the tiling that you are looking at, they have maximum duration that they can serve you purposefully. But our thinking is that whenever we put it there, it must continue. Especially anything that you are burying, that you are doing conduits, you should make sure that what is service life of that material. In Nigeria today, pipe, you say I need 8 pipe. It's very, you can have 10 types in our market. We have some. That is a standard organization of Nigeria, but it's a standard organization of Federal Republic of Nigeria. You know the difference between Nigeria and Federal Republic of Nigeria. Because there's nothing they are checking. There are some services that should not even surface in the market. If you can't avoid it, don't go there. If the pipe is thicker enough, I remember when we were young, 2 diameter pipe. That one internal and external is what they use in most cases. That will be thicker. You know, they have both internal and external diameter. You have some thick here before you now see that hole. I can't remember the last time I see that kind of pipe. When you are migrating from steel to PVC, but the PVC should have a standard that can last the test of the time. Now in that case, when you are repairing that services, you have to be with them. You have to test strong, and you have to have visual experience. All these medicine, they want to get money, do their job quickly and go. If it is a professor in plumbing, they are telling you that you want to fix and get the money, forget that it's a professor. In Oshun, we came from, if you see a professor riding bike, the brain of professor will be at home. The brain of bike man will be in his edge. Because you overtake here, see overtake from this end. So forget that he's a professor. Treat that person as a bike man. I don't know whether I come to Lagos. Treat that person as a bike man. So all those medicine, especially those bricklayer, whatever, all those medicine that work with us, make sure you monitor them. God will just he can put a gun. That was an incident maybe 3 months ago. We are doing this stack concrete in the compound. And then by the time they are working, they broke the pipe. Unfortunately, I wasn't there when they are replacing it. The plumber replaces it after they must have casted. I have discovered that that spot is not drying. So that means that there's something under. That spot, you just see that, why is this place looking fresh? So after the fire, I said they should break up that place. When you see the water is under it. We now call the plumber. Water now say the God, maybe they didn't allow you to dry. And I asked, how many hours will it take? Just within 1 hour. And they now casted this after 48 hours. After 2 days, you did your work on Monday. They casted it on Wednesday. He did not use appropriate length of pipe. You know, the connector did not key correctly. There's a gap. So there's no way God can solve that. It was key because in that socket, there's a place at which the pipe will key. It was not key. So there was a leakage there. So in the next 1 year, the place will not broke, and then the water will not come, continue spreading. A service like that has sunk a building. Because the water will continue spreading, finding its way. Does not come out, the building now continues settling. Until they now discover that a pipe broke and there was ingress of water below. So the best solution is to monitor their services. Forget about their experience, if they are 30 years, they are 100 years. In fact, they don't like doing this job. I don't know whether you know. About 90% of them, they don't like doing this job. Ask them to render one, close the window. They will just do it and make sure that you come there and come and be solving cleaning. So the best solution, we have to monitor them. And then when that happens, we have to redo it. There's no any other solution. We'll sit on. So that means that in that case, we need the service of another person. And our monitoring process must be superb with our experience. We know when you say you get back, it's like it mustn't be like that. Okay, let us test it. We flush it, we remove it, we flush it. When you flush it, we say, "Oh, it's no bad enough." And you feel like, no, say no. Because this thing is going to be serving people as much as they want it. So, thank you very much. HS.
Dr. We'd like to just a little bit of review of the presentation. Now we wait for the second session. We will wait for the second presentation today. We'd like to take our time to register, take us through the registration process for members that are not registered on ALICE. Remember that yesterday, the link for the registration was sent to everybody on the platform. For those of us who are physically here now, I want to ask, how many of us have not registered on ALICE so that we go through the process now before we take the next session? We will be going through that. The registration process. The link already has been sent to the platform yesterday. If we all check the platform, I'll forward the link immediately now again so that it is the most recent information. Okay, so we can all go to the platform now and check both on site and online. The website is there. That's alice.com/free-lms/Nigeria Academy of Facility Managers NAFM. So let us click on that link that is provided. It's either you copy and paste it on your browser, or you click on it and open it on your browser. The network that I'm connecting to is a bit slow. For our online members, Mr. Ashibi Olabi, your question will be answered once we have any of our facilitators that we're having question and answer time. Your question is, how can facility management scheme affect positively of sector in Nigerian economy? Well, I think that what you're trying to ask is how can facility management, the scheme of it, have a positive impact on the Nigerian economy? That definitely will be answered when we get to question and answer time during our session today, which will come on in the late afternoon while we are reviewing today's program. Then for Oluwa, a member said something also on the platform that said, yes, that is what I can say at this point. Well, that is not what you should be seeing. What you should be seeing is what is right now on the screen. I think what you should do for now, except you have gone ahead to choose certification, you may see this if you already have registered before now on the platform. If you are registered before now on the platform, you may see this, but if not, because what you're looking at is for someone who has already taken part in some training on the ABC website and needs to pay for the certificate of training. So moving forward, when we copy and paste or click the link that is sent to the platform for those of us having this training, the page that we are on now, that's a sign-up page. You can see Nigerian Academy of Facility Managers and Fm, and of course, his analysis page. What we need to do is to click sign up if we have not signed up. As you can see there, we click sign up, as can be seen on the screen. You fill in your details. I've already signed up before, and I cannot use my 2 email addresses, but let me just fill in something and then we'll see. Because I have signed in previously, it's bringing out my details. But so we click that. Of course, I have used this email before. But what you should bring out is a form where we fill all our details. Depending on how fast we are, we should be able to fill in, say, 60 seconds, 90 seconds max, depending on how fast we can type. Basically, it contains a lot of your details. Let me see if I can just create one non-existent email and see if you will fill that out. Of course, you expect me to
Hello. Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes, sir. We can hear you. Your question.
Yeah. The question is that we are online. It's not clear. I think it's not bold enough for us to see what you are doing.
The screen is not bold enough for us to see. What's okay? Basically, I'm just filling a form. Let me start the process.
Maybe.
I'm just filling a form, but let me explain the process again to those of us who are online. A link has been sent to the platform where we all are. A link has been sent there. For now, it should be the second to the last message. Let me confirm that. No, it's message 1, 2, 3, 4. That's the fourth message, the fourth latest message sent at 11:32 a.m. It's either you click the link on your phone or your laptop or wherever device you're connected on, or you copy and paste that link to your browser, whichever is okay by you. Either you click that link or you copy and paste that link to your browser. I will go back on another page and do that. I hope this is clear enough. This is the page that we are all supposed to get to. That is the Nigerian Academy of Facility Managers page on Allison website. We know that we are in affiliation with Allison and has been told us before our training model, our training materials have been reviewed by Allison. They found it very, very good, and they are willing to partner with us to develop it more because of the depth and quality of the training and the materials. So this is the first page, and I believe everybody should be there. Now, if you check the icon, I mean, we are now on either you log in or you sign up. For members who have attended this training before, most likely whether you've attended Fm01, you most likely will have registered. You will have signed up before now. But if in case is your first training, then you're supposed to click on sign up. And this page will come up, the sign up page. It's expecting you to fill in your details using either your Facebook details, your Microsoft detail, your Google detail, or your LinkedIn detail, or you fill in the details fresh. Contains your first name, your surname, your email address, and the password you want to use on Allison website. So it's up to you. It's either you use any of your current details on Facebook, on Microsoft, on Google, or on LinkedIn. But I think it's better, at least that's what I would prefer, to fill in my personal details on Allison website and then create a personal Allison password. This should take less than 30 seconds, depending on our speed of typing. And then we sign up. I have created before, but I'm just using an email address that does not exist. So let's see where it will take me to. Because they will expect you to go to your email after you filled in all of your details. and then get the code or link to verify your email. When you register, you'll be expected to go back into your email address. Maybe because the email address I filled is wrong. It's not a real email. Yes, I'll have to go back to my account. I'm already logged in anyhow. I'm already logged in. And so when we log in, we can view, if you click the icon, our personal icon, you bring out our dashboard, and then you allow us to be able to explore all Allison courses that we can take part in. The second, you will click explore courses. It will show us all the courses that we can take part in. It's either we earn a certificate, the way Allison structured their learning platform, you either earn a certificate or you earn a diploma. Each one of them have different timelines that we ought to, of course, so we can see the different learning outcomes. I mean, the different online courses, the different certificate courses or diploma courses that they have. If we can search a particular program, let's say facilities management and repairs. Facilities management. You can search for learning courses that has to do with facilities management. These are some of the courses. As a registered member of Allison and NAFIM, you have the opportunity to take these courses. You can take them for free. When you now want the certificates, there are 3 levels of certificate we'll get there. You can either decide to take facility management, the learning outcomes are all listed there. And they expect that within 2 to 3 hours of being online, you should be able to finish this. You can take a diploma. Diploma usually takes longer. The contents are usually deeper and more than certificate courses. And you see that that's why this diploma will take you 10 to 15 hours of learning time, expected learning time. This diploma in mastering facility management in Australia, every one of us may have to take this. That's the third one. That's facility management and repairs. It's the certificate course 2 to 3 hours. There's fundamentals of operations management. You can take as many as you want. You can take as many as you want. Let's click on facilities management and repairs, which is part of what we are supposed to learn.
Because after Dr. Farimi has taken his class with us today, we will definitely need to go back and take these courses that we've been told. The certificates, if I remember very well, cost between 11 or 15 euros. We'll see the cost online. Because of the affiliation and cooperation we have with that it's already paid for. But of course, each person can also do more than what you can go there. These are the learning outcomes to define facility management, state the characteristics of facility managers, explain the importance of strategic and annual planning, discuss the impact of the well-managed workplace on employees' health and the state of mind. That's a part of what was discussed yesterday when you're looking at the end user, the why of facility management. Then recognize the symptoms of workplace anxiety, categorize the information a facility manager needs from either a lease purchase or a vendor management strategy of managing this facility. You can describe the importance of having maintenance schedules or turnkey services. You outline the different health and wellness programs that boost company performance and morale. And then you can evaluate the responsibilities of a facility manager in maintaining and promoting sustainability. So when you've done all that, you take the courses, you will take the learning outcomes. This particular one, like we noted, is supposed to take maybe 2 or 3 hours of our online time. And when we get to the end of the module, we will be required to take a short test or examination on what we have learned. We'll be required to take a short, this is workplace anxiety, all the learning outcomes. And then we can see a true or yes or false question. As you are learning each of the modules, you'll be answering questions on each module, and the system will be recording your progress. These are questions based on workplace anxiety, and after we've completed, we'll be required to get a minimum of 80% before the certificates can be issued to us. So this is the next module. The first module on the platform there is workplace anxiety. The next module is lease purchase and management. On and on like that until we finish the next module. The next module after that is maintenance and repairs. And after employee health and safety, sustainable facilities management. Of course, questions as you go along, the questions will be asked. The system will record your progress until we get to the end, and then you get, of course, this will be the last page, which will be the learning outcomes, what we're supposed to have covered for that module. And then based on the answers, an assessment will now be done. There will be a record. As we are going through each module, there will be a record of our answers. And then our assessment and our record will be displayed to us. We will only be able to get the certificate if we get a minimum of 80% of the questions, right? That means we've already learned 80%
or what we are meant to learn. In case we did not get the 80%, the system allows you to go back, relearn, retake the question again until you are able to get a minimum of 80%. After which, your certificate will now be presented to you online. When you need the certificate, you go to the icon that I clicked on, which is your profile, because everybody will have a profile. You go to your profile. As you can see, this is a sample. At some point, I have completed some of their learning, but it's not a question of whether I want to claim the certificate. Alison had a lot of trainings, a lot of learnings that we can do. Of course, it will come out, the certificate will come out like this. Either it's a certificate or a diploma. And then depending on what you want a soft copy that will just be a sample. You want a printed copy that they can advance to you. You can now go to there and print. Of course, you want to edit your name. You still want to continue learning. You want to get premium learning. These are all can be done on the platform. So the certificate will come like this, and then you can now claim it. This is just a sample. And this came up because I did not actually take that learning outcome. If I had taken it, definitely we would have seen. We have, of course, our different dashboards and everything there. You can view your progress. Your personal progress is also recorded on the Alison webpage, because ultimately each person will have their profile created. That page, this next page allows you to be able to view some of the learning outcomes that each person had done. But let us please remember that it has been told us the training and the questions that we will take during this training already has been paid for by the institute. So each of us will get the Alison certificate when we pass it. Of course, remember that we must get a minimum of 80%. When we pass, we will get a certificate. So basically, these are what we need to do for us to be able to move around and engage ourselves on the Alison website. For those online, have we been able to register? Can you view your own personal page now? Responses, please, because you'll be needing it later today before the end of the training today to actually take the training after Dr. Faremi has made his presentations. Members online, members on site, are we all registered? We'll just give us 10 minutes for us to explore the LSE website. We'll give us 10 minutes for both members on site and online to explore the LSE website. Check your profile, check the different courses they have on facility management, health and safety, whatever interest you have. And then we'll come back in 10 minutes to continue with the next module. Thank you. Ourselves with the LSE website. We can explore the website. We have different courses on the website, not just on facility management. We must have noticed we have diploma courses that takes longer, has more content. We have certificate courses. Within 2-3 years of being online and taking the course, you could actually finish the course. You can finish the 3 years in 1 week or in 1 day based on your schedule. And the certificate will be sent to us, which can be paid for. We want us to start rounding up. Our interaction with the website, because we will actually be going back there after our third presentation this afternoon. We will now be taking our 6th module. That's module 13 of our training. The effect of transport planning and logistics management in effective facility maintenance and management. And to take that, we have an erudite scholar. He will come and take the training for us. So let's make welcome Dr. Fakunda. You're welcome, sir. Sorry, Dr. Fagbo, not Fakunda. Fagbo. Good afternoon.
Let us get ready for this lecture. Chairman and participant.
Hello, sir. Please, gentlemen and ladies, we are about to commence. So the online people, we are starting another modules, which is module 13. So the participants, our attention is needed. Thank you. You can go.
Thank you very much. Chairman of the workshop, other member of organizing committee, the participant. My name is Dr. Ifalu. I'm here to present a paper for this workshop titled The Effect of Transport Planning and Logistic Management in Effective Facility Maintenance or Management. This paper is trying to enlighten us the importance of effective transport planning and logistic management, the role it has to play in maintenance, facility maintenance management. The reason is that materials and equipment are central to facility maintenance management. Because we want to maintain, we want to manage, we want to improve the quality of the facilities, we will need some equipment and materials. It may be building materials, it may be any other infrastructural facilities material. So that's the reason why we must take transport and logistic planning were very important. And how to handle materials. The effective materials handling and supply will ensure timely delivery of projects. That is, if we have materials available at appropriate time, so we're able to deliver the project within the time frame. When you are giving a contract to manage a particular facilities, you give me a time lag. So that is first importance of ensuring that we handle materials and we ensure that these materials are available within the time frame. Of course, it will only help us to reduce waste of materials. Only help us to reduce waste of materials and to control the supply of materials and promote client satisfaction, because we'll be able to deliver the project within the period and the delivery will be effective. So we'll be able to promote client satisfaction. And we will help us to ensure high economic return of investment for the party involved, because it will help us to manage the available resources in terms of fund or the personnel. So because of this, it will help us to achieve this. Let us go to the next slide. Facility management is the coordination and the maintenance of infrastructure, buildings and the services to support organization, operation and occupancy. Of course, the function of a facility manager are numerous. I know you know this, but we continue enlarging ourselves since the essence of this workshop is to refresh our brain. So the functions of a facility manager are numerous, as I said earlier on, include but not limited to the following: maintenance and the repair of infrastructural facilities, operation and management, space planning and utilization, asset management,
sustainable energy efficiency, safety and security, regulation and standard compliance, and budgeting and control and cost control. These are the expected some of the functions of facility managers. And to perform these functions, so that we need for materials, different type of materials and equipment. Please go to the next slide. As I've said earlier on, to carry out the itemized functions in the last slides, there's need for the supply of equipment on the materials. And we know that we have different type of equipment and different type of materials that we need, depending on the facility that you want to manage. But we know that we will need materials and equipment. The common materials for maintaining infrastructural facilities like building and any other physical features include paint and coating, electrical and flooring materials, while equipment include power and hand tools and electrical testing equipment. This equipment and material, they are numerous. I just try to mention this one to support my lecture. And there's need for the service of logistic supplies for these materials and equipment to be available. So there will be need for us to get the service of logistic and supplies experts to make these materials and equipment available. The reason is that for the purpose of specialization, when we allow a specialist to handle his own particular area, there will be efficiency in delivering our service. Logistics and supplies involve planning, how to plan to get the materials needed, coordination of making the materials available, and the management of resources, goods and services within the transport system. And the essence is to ensure efficient and effective delivery of service. Then, effective transport planning and logistic management are central to facility maintenance and management, as I've said earlier on, because we need to bring materials and equipment needed from the location to the site where these things are needed. So we need effective transport planning and logistic management. Let's go to the next slide. Hence, the service of professional logistics and supply should not be regarded as additional cost to project execution. Some clients and some engineers believe, or some facility managers believe that when you hire the service of professional logistics and supply will add to the cost. Not really. Because when you allow the relevant parties that are specialized in different areas play their role, it will save time, it will save cost, it will equally save waste of materials, and since the person having it is an expert, he will be able to help us to ensure that the relevant, the needed materials and equipment are the one procure and make available. So, you mean that rather it should be seen, that means the service of logistics and supply should be seen as a means for effective project delivery to maximize the use of scarce resources.
So this paper has said the role of the transport and logistics management in the supply of materials and equipment in facility maintenance management. And this study tried to identify parties that are involved in materials supply chain for facility project execution, and tried to identify how their roles help in effective logistics, supply, maintenance, project execution. Let's go to the next slide. So, facility management, as I've said, we have discussed this one. It encompasses disciplines to ensure fertility of the built environment by integrating people, space, process, and technology. We have discussed this one in the last within the premises of the building, and some of these facilities may be outside the building. So, and the essence is to perform the complementary role to ensure that the infrastructure and the building serve their purpose. So the next involves custom designing and monitoring building components or system to make a particular project. They are engineered to order. That is, the material are often involving complex engineering design and the technical expertise. And each of this material will require different design. So we realize that there are some materials needed for building construction or maintenance that they are specifically designed for the purpose of that building. That is, you will not be able to use that design for another building or infrastructure. So this engineer to other materials include some of the items below there, customs, glues and arches, specialty doors and window, custom engineer or foundation. These are examples of engineer to other materials that will be needed for the maintenance of facility. Next slide. The second categories of materials made to other materials, MTO. These are components that are fabricated or prefabricated upon receiving order from the clients and produced based on the existing template. So this type of materials, the category is a little different from engineer to order. This one, the existing design can be used to produce additional one for the facility manager. Also, they are custom manufactured product tailored to the specific project requirements or produced in small quantity. So this one is not the kind of building materials that you can easily see in the market. They are produced specifically for a particular project. So though the producer may keep the design in case you see need in the future, but it's not for a mass production. So the example of MTO made to other building materials or include structural elements, that is custom steel beam or columns, that we want to make it in this one for us. Exterior finishes like a customer's package system and artificial metalwork like ornament iron. Another one category is interiors and finishes,
artisan's wall finishes like plaster. Another one is a specialty system, like electrical or customized elevator. Purposely design, or the manufacturer have your design which whatever time that you need it, then they will help you since you are the client to that manufacturing company. The third categories of materials that will be needed in maintenance and the facility management is assembled to order. So these ones are prefabricated components manufactured and assembled based on specific requirements. It's a little bit similar to the second one, but they are not really the same. Though they are material, they are the same materials, but we are talking about when it is required. They are made up to for a production process where products are assembled or manufactured based on specific custom or requirements, such as structural elements, fabricated steel frames, exterior finishes like artificial metal work, or interior finishes, specialty system, modular building component, roofing and insulation, or door and window. So these are another categories of materials. So the first category, go to the next slide. So made to stock. This is a common material that we have that you can see this in the market, made to stock. So it is not really made according to a particular customized order. It is made on general standard, like roofing sheets, roofing slate that is being cut based on the general length. So these are materials we manufacture products produced in advance, stored in inventory, and are available for immediate delivery to meet the customer demand. So these materials are the common material we see in our market. But when maintenance is for a particular categories of building, so where the design is unique, you may need or engineer to order and the other categories that I've mentioned earlier on. So example of made to stock are numerous. We all know them, they are common in the market. They include structural elements, exterior and interior finishes, specialty products, but they are made based on the general standard. Next slide. Let's look at the parties involved in supply chain management. That is, if we want to supply materials, who are the stakeholders in this supply of the materials? So material agreement supply chain management is the management of upstream and downstream supply chain activities. That is, to supply materials, to get materials from the manufacturing company and to bring it down to where they are needed. That is what is known as upstream and downstream supply chain activities. It is through coordinating materials, information, and the financial flow towards promoting client satisfaction. So when we are talking about supply chain, it involves coordinating materials and get information about the materials in terms of the quality, in terms of the quantity, in terms of cost. That is what is known as a financial flow. So the essence is to ensure that we satisfy our clients. So the party involved, as Ademar said, client, the facility owner or contractor, that is the facility manager, suppliers, retailers, distributors, and materials producer. Each of them has a role to play. There's no way we can manage without the consent of the client who own the facilities. And there's no way we can get efficient management of facilities when we don't have a contractor or the personnel that have equipment and tools and adequate experience. So there's no way we can get materials when there's no suppliers, or there we need for us to use retailer depending on the quantity of the materials that we want to use, including distributors and materials or producer. Let's go to the next slide. Managing meaning of logistic planning. Next slide. So when we are talking about logistics, we are talking about is a component part of transport. Supply chain process that plans, it involves planning, implementation of the plan to get materials to where they are needed. Okay. Yes, we are saying that meaning of logistic planning is that logistics is a part of the supply chain process that plans to get materials and equipment needed, that implement the plan and control the efficient movement and storage of materials between the point of origin and where these materials are needed. That is the meaning of logistic planning. That is, if you want to repair or you want to construct a building, we have to plan the logistic aspect of it. If it's not properly planned, so there will be challenges in the course of maintaining or in the course of construction. But the activities of logistic planning require moving material in, to, and out of the site where there's a need to do this. So basically, it is to move materials from where it is available to where it is needed. So logistics is a customer-oriented operation management with 5 key terms, which include inbound logistics, outbound logistics, materials management, or physical distribution, supply chain, or management. So among these 5 major terms, we are more concerned about inbound logistics. Inbound logistics is to procure materials where they are available, transporting these materials to where they are needed, ensure that they are properly stored, and take inventory and receiving and inspection. So that is inbound logistics. We are more concerned about that one than outbound. Outbound is just transporting, storing, and delivery. It doesn't concern with procurement. So outbound basically work for the company that actually manufacture equipment and materials. But we as a facility manager and contractor, we are concerned about how to procure these materials and to get it to where they are needed safely, and to ensure that they are properly stored. And the next terms that I want us to understand is materials management. How to manage materials. we as a facility manager, one of the major duties of us is to ensure that materials are properly managed and physical distribution. So when we have a building to construct or to manage, or a particular gigantic infrastructure to manage, like a stadium or hospital or government secretariats, that we need for us to deal with a large quantity of materials. And we have to understand the physical distribution. The next major term is a supply chain that we have discussed earlier on, that involve that is a major logistic supply chain management that starts from procurement, transporting, storing, inventory, receiving, and inspection. So let's go to the next slide. I haven't understood the process that is involved in facility management. And we know that when materials are properly handled and equipment, it will enhance timely and successful execution of projects. So there are two types of materials flow process. So, and depending on the project involved, there's a direct deliveries of materials, and there's a delivery by third party provider. Direct delivery is when you as a facility manager, sorry for using contractor, by yourself, you are responsible for inspection, handling of materials on arrival, mostly during the day. Because you can't be on site at night. It means that if you want to make use of the direct delivery, it is you as a facility manager that will be responsible to receive the materials. Even you may even be responsible to go and look for the needed materials and make them available to the site. And that's why we say mostly during the day. And it means that you are combining your duty of managing a particular facilities with looking for materials. So the second major means of making material flow to the site is by using a third-party provider. A third-party provider is a separate firm, contracted as a provider to handle materials and make sure that the materials get to the site. Unload them variable during the closing hour, because that's what is known as a third-party provider. So either direct delivery or third-party provider, the option depends on the client and the advice you as the professional giving to the client. And some of us as a facility manager, because of interest that we have, we say that we want to combine looking for materials with carry out our normal trade responsibility. So me, I'm of the opinion that we should allow the third party, to handle making materials available, and for us to concentrate in the actual maintenance management aspect of the affected facilities. Why? For efficiency. We'll discuss that on when we get there. So let us look at on what condition, as I said earlier on what condition can we make use of third-party logistic method. On what condition? One, when the project involved is in large scale, such as maintenance of housing and industrial estate, or hospital complex, higher institution, or government secretariat. So in this case, the quantity of materials that will be needed may be more than when you are just maintaining a very small size of facilities. And in this kind of categories of infrastructure, you realize that some of the material will be called to order, will be engineered to order, where that you will not be able to get in the market, where you need to go to a manufacturing country to get it. So in this kind of situation, you may find it difficult to use direct material supply. The second reason why we may need to hire third-party logistics is when the process of engagement or project execution period is long. When you realize that the period that will be involved in executing the facility management process is long, it's better you focus attention into your area of specialization, and you allow the third party to handle the supply of materials. And the second reason is when the project site is in a congested area, like in the most urbanized area, in the populated area, that you, as a manager, as a facility manager, may not have adequate knowledge of how to maneuver and ensure that you don't allow the traffic and the public congestion to affect the flow of materials. It's better you do for a third-party logistics that actually look at, that is based in that particular area, that understand how to get to that site. If you call some logistics supplier in Lagos and you say you need material in a particular location, they know how to get to that place because they have been operating in that particular area for a long time. So but you, as an engineer or a facility manager, that you based in Ibadan and you get a job in Lagos here, you won't be able to know how to bring this material quickly to the site. And the time is going on. And another reason why you need to hire third-party supplier is when there's need to manage a space management. You are not an expert in that area, but a logistics supplier will help you to manage space, probably to supply the needed materials at different time and the quantity needed at different time. So instead of bringing all materials down to the site, you will advise you that please let's know the kind of material you need between so period and so period. Call us, we will bring that supply to you. And when you need another quantity at a particular time, just call us earlier, we'll bring it. So instead of bringing everything down to the site, because there's no space. So and only person that can do this very well is logistic, an expert in logistic supply. And the last but not the least is also depends on the choice of client or the property owner. Some client may insist that you are the contractor now, you are engineer. I don't want to give my money to another person to go and buy material that will not be of good quality. Please handle the material supply for me. Then it's not meant for you whether to agree or to advise the client further why there's need to consult a third-party supply. Let's look at the services provided by third-party logistics supplier. We have mentioned this responsibility earlier on, but we'll take them one by one and explain further. The first one is the procurement of materials. A logistics supplier can help to procure materials because he's an expert in that area. They have qualified personnel that actually help to determine or identify the kind of material that have good quality. They know, or the manufacturing company, they know manufacturers that manufacture a good quality materials, and they know where to get them because that is their job. So they can help in procurement. So when you say procurement, you may not give money directly to the logistics supplier, but can take you to where you can get good materials because you may not be living in that particular location. So the company being based in that particular locality can help to actually in the procurement process. So the next service rendered by logistics, and it's primary, it is transporting of materials from where it is being procured to where they are needed. As we have said earlier on, it can be a kind of scheduled delivery, trying to deliver a particular quantity or a particular time this week, and to give him a schedule that, okay, 2 weeks time, you are bringing this to logistics supplier help in transporting. The next functions performed by a logistics supplier is warehousing, storing of materials to ensure that they are properly stored, they are protected from being damaged, they are protected from being stolen. So it is equally the responsibility of logistics supplier. Materials handling. Material handling is talking about distribution when they are needed and what quantity is being needed. Another function is a secondary assembly and installation of products. You realize that some materials may require to assemble them when they are brought, when they are imported. So they are just dismantle them and pack them. So when they are now brought to the site, then we need to assemble them to make them useful for you for construction or maintenance. So that area can equally be handled by the logistic supplier. Then the second one is tracking and tracing. Tracking and tracing is an aspect of transportation of materials from the origin down to where they are needed to ensure that all materials got into the site. That is tracking. The first thing that bringing these materials is the responsibility of the logistics supplier to ensure that they are tracked, they are not getting lost, they bring the material down to the site, and the quantity given to them at the manufacturing at the store are the one brought to the site. That is, the quantity is intact, the quality is equally intact. And distribution planning. We have mentioned this one, that logistics supplier can help us in distribution planning to know the quantity of materials that we will need at a particular time.
Thank you, Dr. Papu. will be there with us. We have somebody who is at the midst of conducting the interview for builder and told us that during break, join us to deliver his paper. So he's ready now. Just scare me. Let Dr. Fire come online so that you can take his lecture and you can your exam and test is based on his paper. So please let him come online. So please bring up with Dr.
Hello, can you hear me? Good afternoon, everybody. Okay, thank you very much. So please, can you enable me to be able to share my screen? Okay, do you say I can share?
Yes, I share your screen, sir.
Okay, let me try that. Okay, fine. Okay, hope you can see my screen now.
Yes, sir. Yes, it's coming up, sir.
Okay. Is it up now?
Yes, sir. Yes, it's up, sir.
Okay. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. So I hope you have been enjoying the sessions since yesterday. Yes. Please, can we settle down? So I want to engage us on the module 16 of our training, Fundamentals of Environmental Management System. So once again, I want to welcome us and salute you for painstakingly following the program so far, the workshop so far. So this particular module is like an extended part of yesterday's module. You know, yesterday we discussed about sustainability or sustainable facilities management. And we were able to look at the role of facility managers in driving sustainability, right, in FM. So, sorry, 1 minute, please. So, sorry. So we want to look at the fundamentals of environmental management system today. And of course, I am Dr. Julius Faremi, so I'll be facilitating or taking you through this session. And like I said, is an extension of the sustainability in facilities management that we did yesterday. So first is for us to, it's important that we look at the environmental management system. You see, one of the core aspects of FM is environmental management, right? Because when you look at the core services that we provide as facility managers, largely speaking, most of those services are actually towards having comfortable workspaces and comfortable homes for our various categories of clients. So it's such that the facility manager is supposed to actually deliver service that will make the clients to be comfortable, to make the clients to feel safe within their various places of interaction, be it the workplace, be it homes, be it schools, be it even recreation centers. So The environmental management system is actually a set of processes and practices that impacts on the efficiency, the operational efficiency or operating efficiency of an organization, right? By reducing the environmental impact of that organization's activities. So you will see the nexus in the need to actually be conscious of the environment that we actually discussed extensively yesterday and what we are looking at today. So the environmental management system brings in diverse resources, from people to policies to plans to various review mechanisms to various procedures and so on and so forth that are actually tailored towards managing environmental issues within a facility or within an organization. Now, these processes, these policies are not just standalone processes and policies. They hinge on standards, right? Because when we talk about having to actually be conscious of our environment, like yesterday, we dwelt extensively on carbon footprint, and we saw the target of 4 tons per annum per person carbon footprint. Those are standards, right? So in the real context of having the mandate of environmental management system, standards exist as to what and what is expected. And as facility managers, it's very, very important to say that we cannot actually be professional facility managers if we are not working with standards, right? Facility managers, like yesterday, I remember that I mentioned service level agreement, observation and optimization. And I was asking about SLA, service level. If I have a damage tap, what is the service level, right? And you realize that, or an overflowing system. Somebody gave us an example of the WC, right? You realize that we, as facility managers, oftentimes are not even conscious of the fact that there are standards that we need to be abreast of. Because as a facility manager, you cannot actually deliver top-notch service if you are not delivering service based on a particular standard. You know, people often say, there is a popular saying that goes that whatever cannot be measured cannot be improved, right? So in environmental management system, the place of standard cannot be overemphasized. So 2 of those standards are usually brought to the fore, right? You know, unfortunately for us in Nigeria, we are still way back. We are lagging in the provision of standards. The Standard Organization of Nigeria, right, is trying, but they are not there yet. They are still far from actually developing standards that will enable us to be able to actually achieve the various desired results, right, that are expected. So the global standard that everybody works with, right, is what we call the International Standard Organization standards, which is often called the ISO standards, right? And these are internationally agreed upon experts formulas that describes the best way of doing things. And you have ISO covering different range of activities within the human space, right? You have standards covering, for example, the making of products, the managing of process, or the delivering of services, or even supplying of materials. So you have standards covering across different areas like that. Then we also have the European Union environmental or eco management and audit scheme, which is more of a kind of a customized standard from the ISO standard, right? So
it will be good as facility managers that going from this training, we begin to look at some of these standards and begin to see those that are probably very, very fundamental that we can actually begin to implement. It will not only help your organization, it will also present you in a different light from what you used to do as a facility manager and place you in the leagues of international facility managers as expected, because that's the essence of all this capacity development. Now, why do we need environmental management system? You know, our world, like I said, is undergoing severe pressure, like I said yesterday. You know, there are so many things that are happening to our world, our climate today, from air pollution to solid waste generation to deforestation to water pollution. There are several issues, you know, and these issues have resulted in what we call the global warming. You know, we have the ozone layer depletion, which is irreversible. We cannot reverse the depletion of the ozone layer. The damage has been caused, and the aftermath or consequential impact is the global warming, which is now impacting on everybody. It's impacting on the way we live, it's impacting on all that we do, it's impacting on our health, you know. So the facility managers can no longer fold their hands. So the specific standard that speaks to environmental management system is the ISO 14001 2015. And this ISO 14001 2015 defines environmental aspect, because there are two dimensions of environmental management system. We have what we call the environmental aspect, and we have the impact. You know, I wish that, I wish that I'm physically present so that we can do a kind of a flip chart. You know, for every risk, right? For every risk across different levels of FM, when you want to do risk assessment, you look at what is the probability of this risk happening, right? What are the potential risks that may happen, right? And when you are able to actually identify the potential risk and its probability of happening, because, for example, if a risk has a probability of 0 occurrence, that means that cannot happen, right? But it is not sufficient to actually say a risk can happen or not. What impact will that risk constitute? What will be the impact, right? And that's why we have what we call the environmental impact assessment. I'm sure all of us have heard about the environmental impact assessment. In fact, for large development is a requirement before it can be approved. What is the impact of the development on the environment? So it's very, very important that as facility managers, because what we have, we are conscious of all of this, but what we have at the moment is that people just do paperwork. They don't understand what all of this environmental management system or the impact of environmental aspects portrays for both people within an organization based on the activities of the organization and those around. Example, let's look at air quality, for example. People's exposure to what we call pollutants, we call them pollutants, right? Most of those pollutants are microorganisms that we cannot physically see. We oftentimes have what we call the particulate matters, PM 1.5, PM 2.5, PM 10. These are things that we cannot see, and they are there in the air, right? Relative to what level of pollution is within the airspace. For example, if you are managing a facility that is into production, maybe you are the facility manager of Lafarge or facility manager of Dangote Refinery. As the facility manager of Dangote Refinery or of Lafarge Cement, your worry alone, your worry should not only be in the operational uptime of your equipment. What is the consequential environmental impact of operating your equipment? Dangote Refinery emits substantial quantity of carbon emissions, right? We have a lot of carbon emissions.
All right. Dr. Faremi, we would like to, because it seems there is a network issues from your end. So we would like to continue with module 13. Glitches. Okay, glitches at your end. So we will try to suspend that for now till when the network improves. So while we continue with our module 13. So the particular online and the venue is we want to continue with our suspended module. Sir.
I think we have just 2 more slides to go. Whether we'll be able to, hopefully maybe the network can be favorable for us to finish the remaining 2 slides. So we have, so in the environmental management system, one critical aspect of environmental management system that is very, very important, right, is the emergency preparedness. As facility managers, we must prepare for emergencies, right? Emergency preparedness is a critical component of our responsibility, right? So we should develop a process for emergency preparedness at every point in time. There must be a process for that. So, and this process will include planned reactions and readiness to emergency conditions. And we also need to offer trainings for responses when there is an emergency, when there is fire, for example, or explosion. People within our workplace should know what should be done, such that we don't want fatality and serious injuries, or we can actually ensure that these are contained. So environmental management system impacts our organizations in various ways, right? So, and they are like the compass that directs what the organization will do at every point in time. Part of environmental management system is our fire drills. You understand? When there are fire, what should people do? It's part of environmental management system. These are unanticipated hazards or risk that may occur. So it's very, very important that organizations have an environmental management system plan and let it direct what they do. And as facility managers, we need to identify environmental aspects and their impact, examine the risk that are associated with them, establish controls that will minimize the environmental impact, and define goals for the achievement of environmental performance. And there should be a concrete actionable plan, right, in achieving environmental management system goals. And there should also be process for monitoring performance against those goals. And whatever gaps are observed should be reported. And we should do that on a regular basis. So there is this usual quadrangle of planning, doing, checking, and acting. As facility managers, with respect to environmental management system, we need to have a plan. Then when we have plan, we should action what is in that plan. And we need to also always check our results against our plan. And where there are gaps, we act by closing out those gaps. So summarily, an environmental management system is a combination of people, policies, procedures, processes, and plans to help address environmental issues. And they are essential for us to ensure that our organization, our environment are continually improved, right? And in such a way that both our workers, people living in our facilities, continually remain safe. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much for your endurance of the network shutting down. Thank you. So if there are questions, please, we can ask our questions.
Hi, Tima, is there any question from online? Do you have any question, please? No. For people who are grad, do you have any question? Okay, if there's any question, we'll put across later. Maybe we'll get to.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much, control room, for putting me through.
Sir, send your slide to me, please.
We sent it earlier, but I will do that again. The slide is already on the platform. It's been on the training platform since I think Saturday or Sunday.
All right.
I will resend it.
Okay, and you can resend to me.
I will resend both, the one of yesterday and that of today.
Thank you very much. You are welcome, sir.
Okay, you're welcome. Thank you.
All right, sir. Let's continue with the 13, sir.
Thank you very much. Let us continue related to our lecture. I want to go back to materials flow process. That is the method, the approach that can be adopted to make materials available at the site where they are needed. We said that it can be direct delivery. When it is direct delivery, it means that you as a facility manager, you are the one responsible for making sure that the materials get to the site where it is needed for managing the affected facilities. We equally said that you can hire the third party, a specialist in logistic supply. And we went ahead to identify and explain under what condition can we make use of a third party or supplier in making materials and equipment available. And one, we said that when people get involved in large scale, like maintenance of an estate, industrial estate or housing estate or hospital, a large project anyway, so we will not have any other choice than to make use of a third party because we need a large quantity of materials to carry out this. And we always said that if the project execution will cover a long period of time, so we need to hire a third party. We already said that when the project site is in a congested area, where you don't really understand how to maneuver and make sure that the material gets to the site. So you need to hire a logistic that is based in that particular area understand how to make materials available. We always said that when there's a need to manage space, when you don't have enough space
on the site where for managing the facilities, you need to engage an expert, expert that will help you in scheduling of materials. And because it depends on the choice of the client or the property owner. So that is where we stop. Then we try to go ahead to other aspects of this to itemize the service provided by the third-party logistics. We identified 9 major services that will be rendered if we actually make use of the third party. One, procurement of materials, transporting of the materials from where it's being procured to the site or to the warehouse where it's been stored, and where the quantity needed will be taken to the actual place where it is being needed, and material handling or repackaging of materials where there's need to repackage, secondary assembly where the materials are dismantled and there's need to reassemble them for proper use or for engineering purpose. Tracking and tracing when the vehicles bringing material to the site. It is the responsibility of the logistics to ensure that these vehicles that are bringing the material get to the site or where the materials are needed on safely, and distribution planning and design and engineering of the supply chain. Then let us look at let's go to next slide. Material supply chain process. That is, either we make use of direct approach or third party. So there's a process of making materials available to the site. One, to get information on the materials required. You as a facility manager, an engineer or contractor, the first thing you need is to actually determine the quantity of materials and the type of materials that will be needed to carry out the service. The next thing is to request for quotation. That means the price of each of these materials needed. Then award contract to the third party. If to say that you are not going to handle the procurement of and making material available, you will need to get the contracts of the third party after you might have gotten information about the material needed, and after you have gotten quotation, then you will need to get the third party supplier. And then the next one is materials procurement. After you have gotten a contractor that will help you to do the service of logistics, you need to carry out a procurement. As you have said earlier on, third-party logistics can help you in that area because he understands the situation, the materials and the market situation in that particular locality. He can give you support in procurement process. Then after the materials have been procured, then the next is planning of materials delivery. If you are giving the contract to the third party, so you are less concerned about planning for material delivery. Now be the responsibility of the third party logistics to plan in conjunction with you as a value manager on how to make materials being delivered, whether to be delivered instrumentally on scheduled basis or to be delivered everything together. Probably you have a warehouse within the facility to be managed. Then, when the material has been gotten,
to the site. They are still to inspect the materials to actually ascertain that this is the quantity of the material we actually procure, this is the quality of the materials we actually procure. That's need to carry out the inspection, and it is the responsibility of the third party logistics to do this. And you as the manager to you need to, your attendance will be needed during that. Then material storage. So the next process is to store the material. After the material is inspected, the next is to store the materials. Particularly if you are the facility manager of a large property. So then making use of the materials. We know that managing a facility is a continuous thing that has no beginning and has no end. So the use of material will continue, and since it has been stored in large quantity, then you are the one that will be ordering for the quantity needed at different periods of time. Then there will need for you to be communicating to the supplier where there's need for more supply of the materials. If you say that it's a contract, you are giving a contract of managing a particular project for a particular period of time. So there will be need to be communicating to the supplier to bring more materials until the project is finally completed. Then, if the planning can carry out a renovation of a building or of the facilities, there will be need to clear the waste of materials and to return the surplus or the damaged one back to the supplier. If you make use of a third party, you see the responsibility of the third party to do this. And if the contract of the third party terminates at the when the material has been finally delivered, then you may need to get the contract of another firm for clearing of waste from the site. So when you clear the waste, the property or the facilities is ready for use. We all know that when you carry out a construction or renovation, we make use of large quantity of materials. There will be waste. So you need to clear the waste from this. And you don't need to do this one. You can get the contract of another organization to help you to do a clearing of waste from the site. Efficient transport for sustainable material supply. We are talking about materials, we are talking about logistics. We have said earlier on that logistics supply is a component aspect of transport. If there is no efficient transport system, the movement of goods, services, and people from where they are available to where they are needed will be problem. We may need to bring labor to the site. So we need the service of transport. We may need to bring materials, as you said earlier on, and equipment. We need to make use of transport service. So when we don't have efficient transport service, we will face the challenge of making materials available and using any logistics supply that you want to make use. Probably want to use maybe some third party, or you want to handle the material ourselves. If the transport system is not efficient, you may face the challenge. And we have 4 major modes of transport in our society. Road transport system, we have rail, we have water, and we have air transport system.
Nearly all these modes of transport are central to movement of materials, goods, and services. But the major central one is road transport. There's no way we will not make use of road transport to bring every needed materials to the site and the personnel. So road transport is very important. So we need to look at that. We may not have the opportunity to maintain a public road, but the road that lead to the site, we need to consider it. Before we even talk of bringing materials to the site, we must make sure that the access road linking the site to the countryside is maintained, so that we will not hinder the movement of materials to the site. So, and as I said earlier on, the movement of materials may need more than one mode of transport, depending on the origin and the destination. But road transport is central in materials movement and play a complementary role. Let's go to the next slide. The mode of transport is an essential concern where there's a target time to complete the project, because transport cost is one of the major costs of concern in facility maintenance and management. It has been estimated that 93.3% to 66.6% of any logistic cost is transport. That is, when you are talking about bringing materials to the site, the cost or the transport cost is higher. So we have to show concern about the mode of transport that we want to use to reduce the cost of bringing materials to the site. Other factor to be considered in transport issue is road network. We have said earlier on that we must consider the use of logistic supplier. We should not see it as an extra cost. So if we make use of experts in handling materials, we will know how to bring the materials to the site without facing the challenge of road network issue, because the firm are familiar with the road network of that particular area. So if we don't pay more attention to this may lead to shift in project completion date, or increase the labor and equipment costs, and increase the client satisfaction. So we must look at the problem that bringing materials may cause. So congestion can create a delay and the uncertainty in materials movement. So we must pay more attention into transport, the mode of transport that we want to make use. But the central one is to ensure that the access road to the site is properly maintained before we start procuring materials, so that it will not cause another problem for us. We have seen a situation whereby a lorry is bringing materials to the site and get to the access road and get stuck. So we must firstly ensure that the access road to the site is in the good condition before we move forward. So let's go to the next slide. Efficient transport for some. In order to promote efficient road transport, there's a need to ensure the following. I've mentioned earlier on good road network and the condition is very important. The road that link the countryside to the site must be in good condition. Then adequate installation of road signals and signs, particularly when the project is gigantic, it's a large project. Then we may need to put signal on the road that link to our site. So if government does not put a signal on the road, because it's a large project, during that period, we have to put a signal on the road to assist vehicle bringing material to the site, to be able to locate the site. Then efficient road and traffic management is another problem that we may face in bringing materials to the site. So that's why you say you want to handle it by yourself, you may not be able to overcome the problem of traffic management, because it is the responsibility of the government to actually manage traffic. So that if you make use of third party, you know the actual time that is suitable to bring the materials in such a way that the traffic problem will not affect bringing of that material to the site. Similarly, adequate modern equipment, adequate modern equipment for traffic control is another issue. Effective accident prevention and road disaster management. So the vehicle, the driver you want to make use must be efficient in order to avoid accident. So because if that happens, it will actually affect bringing of materials to the site. It actually lead to the damage of the materials. Then employment of adequate manpower for roads and traffic management. We have discussed earlier, is the responsibility of the government. But to overcome it is to make use of a third-party logistic supplier, and the adequate training of road and traffic management manpower. Since we don't have power to train the personnel managing the road, so the best thing is to make use of a third-party logistic supplier that know the actual time to bring materials to us in such a way that the problem that may occur on the road will not actually affect bringing of materials. Next slide. Then, if we make use of a third-party logistics supplier, or we want even to handle it ourselves, so there's a way of planning the delivery of materials. Planning the delivery of material, we have to consider it very important. So planning for the delivery of materials comprises three main components. The first component is scheduling. So there must be, I've mentioned this earlier on. So there must be a scheduling document for making materials available. So scheduling document is a document that focuses on the project materials composition, shows the breakdown of the various materials needed, and describes the period of supplying them during the project execution. I want us to pay attention to this. If we are saddled with the responsibility of managing a very large property or facility, so we need to prepare a schedule to actually know the materials we need at different periods of time, instead of ordering for material, for all materials to be brought. So we need to have a schedule. So, okay, what are the first things we want to do in the facilities management? Is it the floor that we want to work upon first? Then what are the materials that we need to work upon the floor. So material needed to maintain the floor will be the first category of materials that will be on schedule of making materials available. Then, after the floor, you see the wall that will be next. Then, what are the materials that we need to repair the wall? Then, will be the next material that will be on schedule. So that is how, okay, next is the, what do you say? A roof is the next. Then, what are the materials we need for roof? Then, will be the third material on the schedule. So what we are saying is that we must understand how to prepare a schedule when we are saddled with responsibility of maintaining a facilities, or we are saddled with the responsibility of constructing a new project. We must know the kind of material we need at different periods of time to prepare a schedule document. This will guide us to know the material to be brought to the site at different period of time of the project. Then, time of delivery. It's a condition and a requirement governing the delivery of material to construction sites, warehouse, and the maintenance facilities. Then, if we give our the service to the logistics supplier, so there will be agreement between the client or the contractor and the logistics. That is what is known as a time of delivery. Then mode of delivery. So this one is the major deciding factor for selecting the mode of delivery is the cost at the time of planning. So this one is talking about cost of bringing the material to the site. So those are the major component parts of planning, delivery of material. We must understand these three components for us to be able to handle the materials in such a way that we will not face the challenge of waste of materials, we will not face the challenge of waiting for material to come and it will not come at appropriate time. Let's go to the next slide. Symptoms of logistic planning in material supply. Why do we need to plan logistics when we want to get materials to the site? It will promote, if we plan supply of materials, it will promote effective management of the space limitation. Because we will face challenge of a lack of space. So when we have efficient and effective logistics supply, so it will help us to manage space at our site. It will even help us in managing time and labor, thereby enhance economic return of investment. If you plan the supply of materials, we don't see it as an additional cost to hire or the service of logistics supply. It will help us to manage time and our labor. So, and at the end of the day, that will be to enhance economic return of investment. Because if we waste time, it will affect labor. When there's no material at the site, and labor are just sitting down because there's no material. So at the end of the day, so economic return of investment will be very low. It will promote timely delivery of projects and improve customer satisfaction, effective supply chain management. It will only prevent excessive waste of materials, because it is material that is needed that will be supplied at the needed period. It will only reduce capital tied up in material supply. So the material that are not needed will not be bought when they are not needed. So this one will reduce tie down of scarce resources. It's only made possible to separate material supply from project execution, thereby create more area of sterilization. It only encourage continuous supply of materials
without hindering project or execution. Next slide. So the conclusion is that adequate funding management and maintenance is central to sustainable built environment. This is only possible with effective transport planning and logistic management for supplying materials. The task also help in maximizing the use of the available resources such as fund, labor, time, and space with high economic return of investment. Therefore, a specialist in building construction materials handling should be contacted, particularly if the project is huge, located in a congested place, or if the completion will require a long time. Thank you for listening. That's the end of my lecture.
Thank you very much, sir. A round of applause again. Now, do we have questions based on what we have just learned? I want to believe that in the course of the lecture, some matters have come up on our minds based on our experience and the information that we have. So, do we have questions both on site and online? For the online participants, if you have questions, you can raise up your hands online and we will take question. So regarding the issue of road network and delivery, for example, there is a deadline to deliver a project probably on Monday. Now, material was ordered from a local delivery company that knows the road very well. Now, material was ordered on Thursday, but due to unfavorable weather condition, that is rain, the company refused to deliver, saying that the road is bad. That they should see if probably the following day the road will be good. Rain until Saturday. On Sunday they don't work. They have to deliver the material on Monday morning. So what can be done in such situation to enable that the material is delivered before that deadline?
Okay. Thank you very much for that question. The essence of this supply planning is what you have just mentioned. If we actually plan adequately, is to actually wait until the materials is delivered. But I know that if we actually plan very well, in executing the project, so we able to be.
You are still blowing your nose.
This kind of.
You wanted to blow your nose, so you are free charge to blow your nose.
What is that?
Blow your nose in panel. Continue. Better submit and leave. Or you run yourself into trouble.
Okay, so what we are saying is that planning is central. So the reason why we must plan is to overcome the challenge that you mentioned. If we plan adequately, we overcome it. Though we cannot say that a problem cannot occur, but the extent of that, the problem you mentioned can be minimized if there's adequate planning.
Now, sir, firstly, I want to ask, is there, can you give me an example of a company in Lagos here that are professionals in handling logistics, as you rightly said? Now, back to the same question. A plan has been made, probably you want to cast oversized concrete. So a plan has been made that the material should be delivered on Wednesday, we cast on Thursday. Out of the planning, rain wasn't, probably the weather wasn't factored in. But even as at that, if the weather is factored in, Monday is the deadline that, okay, the clients will be coming on Monday. I want the job done. Now, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, the weather condition was favorable. And we only have one, probably the road, it is a remote or rural area whereby the road is very bad. Probably a truck must have stopped at the middle of the road and it couldn't be moved during that period. So those are what other things are we doing in that condition?
Actually, the essence of this lecture is to enlighten us on the reason why we should plan the supply of materials. It's because we don't really make use of this logistics supplier. So that's why we are not familiar with them. So that is why there has never been improvement in our supply chain. So if we are making use of them, then there will be improvement in the supply chain. So the essence of this lecture is to enlighten us in such a way that when we go on in practice, we start making use of them. So if we start making use of them, it will improve their own service in such a way that delay or disappointment will not be occurring. And as I've said earlier on, that I'm trying to emphasize, if we take planning of supply of materials more importantly, will not be in a tight corner as you mentioned earlier on, because we have a schedule of supplying the materials, and our logistics supplier, they have improved to that level. They are able to understand how to bring the materials in such a way that the problem that you mentioned will not be occurring. But presently in Nigeria, our local factory manager, they are not making use of logistics suppliers adequately. If they are making use of logistics supplier adequately, the problem you mentioned are the reason why this measure is being given in such a way that we plan the supply of materials in such a way that the problem of the road challenge will be overcome before we even go ahead to start implementing the project. So thank you very much.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Mira. Actually, regards to what is said, I just want to probably say one or two things. Sometimes we might make a thorough planning concerning the logistics. But at the same time, that you are planning does not mean that that plan cannot fail or have an issue. But there are some things you put into consideration too when you are making your planning, most especially on the logistics that you talk about. I remember when we were looking for ready-mix concrete and we were looking for a manufacturer to supply. And at the same time, they were telling us that, okay, let us know the site, then we know the nearest plant. Because sometimes you might have made your plan, and in the process, all circumstances, maybe like traffic and everything, might hold them down. Then they want to know the nearest time you can get to your site. You can't expect you to have a site at VI and you expect manufacturer to come from Ikeja. It's not possible. That planning can never meet. But definitely they have a plan, so they want to look a closer. So in that situation, when you are making your planning for logistics, you have factors of this in. If you are doing casting, there's some critical work you want to do, whether you like it or not. You cannot stop praying. You might study the weather, and at the end of the day, it will rain. So you might forecast that, okay, I want to cast in next week or Wednesday. You must have your plan B. So in case this plan fail, okay, you can actually do it. So you have plan in between when your material will get to site. You don't want to cast tomorrow, next tomorrow. You're not asking them, please bring granite for me today. Anything can happen on the road. You might get to the quarry and they say, don't lift of granite. So you always plan ahead. At least have enough time for all these logistics. Anything can happen in as what it is road. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sir, I want to say you have really done a great job this afternoon, sir. But then I want to, in a way, ask a question in line with what he has said. For example, you need material somewhere, and you have actually planned, and all of a sudden, something like riots or something happened in the area where you want to supply, and they put up a curfew in that area, which will not make the delivery time to be actual as planned. So, what in that situation? What can you do?
Anyway, I like those serious questions that you are asking. So there's no way you can, that kind of situation, those are the unforeseen circumstances, which your client will equally understand. Because you are not the cause of the riot, you have the plan. Then since the problem is not from your side, it is a national issue or a local problem which you don't have control upon. I don't think you can blame on that. But in a situation whereby you actually requested a logistics supplier to supply you materials, and that logistics supplier failed, then everybody will know that you actually plan. It is the executor of the plan that actually contributed to the failure of that plan. But if you actually prepare the schedule very well, and it is not the day that you need the material, you request the supplier to bring it. You must know the time that, so for instance now, you want to cast, you finish a particular level. Before you finish that level and go to another level, you must know that 4 days time or a week time, we are going to the next level. You're supposed to have informed your logistics supplier that, okay, based on the schedule given to you, or by next week, we want to do this. This is the material that we need. So if both of you are actually working together, or the failure of the plan will not come from you. But when we are now talking about riot, we are talking about weather problem, that one is not your own making. It is the issue of unforeseen circumstances. And let me tell you, you have to include this in your plan. Unforeseen circumstances have to be included in your plan. When you are working during the rain, you too must know that you can face the challenge of rain at so period. So addition and subtraction must be within the schedule of time that you have. So you cannot say that by tomorrow we are delivered. Because you know that rain is falling, you must be able to add 1 or 2 days to the delivery day to your client. So that is what is known as unforeseen circumstances.
Good afternoon. My name is Adedola. Just to buttress 1 or 2 points as regards this question, I feel this logistics, say logistics suppliers or companies, they are used to this. This is what they do. So I feel they know what to do. Should in case circumstances like rain, bad road network, of course, because it's something that they do frequently. That is why it's very important for you to get capable hands. I've seen cases of sites that they might want to cast maybe like 3-5 days or maybe like a week. I've seen cases of sites that they might get like an empty space very close to the site, and they will instruct maybe the person that is bringing sharp sand, gravel, where to put it till the day that they will cast. So I feel it's something that they know. Most of all these things, they also factor it in. And the fact that they don't want to lose their customers, they don't want their performance level to drop, they know what to do. So that's just my own contribution. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Please, a round of applause for our institutor. A round of applause, please. Thank you very much. So I believe you have. Okay. Well, thank you very much. We discovered there's no any question either online. ICT, no question, and no question due. I didn't need to use mic. All right. We want to observe 30-minute break, especially for those of us that are sitting down there to stretch our legs and think so.
The 2 presentations should be over in 1 hour. And then tomorrow, we will now take the practicals of how to use the maintenance software. It will be expected that all of us should come ready for those who are on site with our laptops. We don't have the software installed for us. While those online should also get their laptops ready. Maybe for exigency reasons, people online may have been accessing this training on a device, maybe their handheld devices. We advise that tomorrow, along with your handheld devices, you also get your laptops available beside wherever you are accessing this training, so that you can also download the software. The link to it will also be placed online. The process of downloading will be given to us. Everybody can have the practicals of using the external software tomorrow. So in a minute, we are going to start with our next presentation. And the presentation is on fire prevention and emergency response preparedness by Chief Fire Officer Mr. Mobushaki. Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
I can hear the name. Good afternoon, ma'am. So, thank you for welcoming me. And we're going to squeeze our time to talk about fire emergency. And we all know and agree that fire is our friend. Is that not? Thank you very much. Any contrary opinion? No. Somebody says I am. How? How?
You know, friend, it's dangerous.
Fire is dangerous. From the food you have eaten, how would you say fire is dangerous?
Disadvantage is more than the advantage.
Don't let us change the topic to the public importance of fire. Don't let us do that. But like Oga said, he said, if properly used, fire is our friend, is a good messenger, and very important in human endeavor. There is nothing we don't do with fire. So everything, even this camera looking at me, even this mic, without fire you can't hear me. That's just the truth. So it's our friend. But like he said, if properly handled, that is fire which is under control. We must put fire under control. If fire is put under control, it remains our friend and best messenger. But when fire gets out of control, it will now be correct to say fire is our enemy. So, but don't let fire get out of control. For us not to allow fire get out of control, that's why we are going to touch about the prevention of fire as well as the emergency response preparedness. So when we look at the importance and effective safety workplace, because we talk about our workplace as well as the environment, which cannot be overemphasized. Several safety-oriented administrations require emergency action plans. Do you have one in your organization? Because that's what the second sentence is saying. Several safety-oriented administrations require emergency action plans. So you should be able to answer if you have one in your own organization. Emergency response preparedness is a well-thought-out concept in protecting individual safety. When individuals are empowered with knowledge which we are doing presently, about how to respond in an emergency situation or disaster scenario, they are better and able to manage stress levels and maintain sense of control over their circumstances. Who have of the Jigawa accident? All of us. Who can give me the last count of number of casualties? So as of yesterday, we have scored up to 189 loss. It's just because those people do not say what we talk about. They say they are better able to manage stress levels and maintain a sense of control over their circumstances. The fact is, accidents do happen, and as far as human and global persists, accidents begin happening. We can bring accident to the barest minimum, but we can't completely eradicate it. So when accidents happen, if you are informed, you will know what to do. So overall, this classic say we explore the importance of emergency preparedness planning in detail by examining various subtopics related to this critical aspect of modern life. Next, please. So we look at fire prevention. First of all, we can take this down. Fire is a rapid chemical reaction. Fire is a rapid chemical reaction, which is a combination of more than two combustible substances, which is a combination of more than two combustible substances that results into the production of heat and light. That results into the production of heat and light. So if you say heat and light are characteristics of fire, you will not be far-fetched. Because anywhere there is fire, definitely there will be heat. And of course, it will give us light. And the Lord says, let there be light. So that is why you can't do that fire. So it's one of the most common emergencies that occur worldwide, causing significant property damage each year. However, if firefighters and individuals like me and you work in sick, response to a fire outbreak can be quick and timely. They can prevent the fire from spreading further and causing more damage. Quick response helps to reduce economic losses resulting from emergencies and disasters. Disasters often disrupt economic activities, leading to losses for business and individuals alike. If situations are handled efficiently, they can restore order quickly. In conclusion, quick response plays a critical role in mitigating damage from emergency and disasters. Yes. Now, we want to look at the importance overall of emergency response preparedness. So, preparing before an emergency incident plays a vital role in ensuring that employers and workers have the necessary equipment, know where to go, and know how to keep themselves safe when an emergency occurs. This emergency preparedness and response provide information on how to prepare and train for emergencies and hazards to be aware of when an emergency occurs. It is crucial for any community, organization, or individual to create a plan of action to respond to potential disasters or emergencies that may occur. Look again, he said it is crucial for any community, organization, or individual to create a plan of action. The question is, do I have a plan of action? Nobody can give us the answer. Can we answer that question? Do I have? Do you have a plan of action? If eventually, if an emergency happens, do you have a plan of action? Do you know what to do? Sir? Fire extinguisher. Good. It's part of plan of action. At least, most of us that have vehicle have fire extinguisher in our vehicle. And I trust it's not because of FRS. Yeah? 70% yes. It should be for because you have a plan of action. Please. Check your fire extinguisher annually, whether you use it or you don't use it, you must service it. So annually, that's crucial. Okay, this planning process enables the individual and organization to identify potential hazards, assess the risks associated with them, and develop strategies to mitigate those risks. A well-developed and enhanced emergency plan can make a difference. Difference is for preventing a small emergency from escalating into a catastrophe. What we have in Jigawa is a typical example of an emergency situation that turns out to be catastrophic, losing over 181 lives. Some are still in the hospital. It's quite unfortunate. So, how do we prepare this plan of action? Because as facility manager, your facility must have an emergency action plan. These are the phases of emergency response preparedness. They are in 5 steps. So the first is prevention. We all agree prevention is better than cure. In the Lagos Fire Service that I come from, we say the best fire you can fight is that fire you are prevented from happening in the first instance. That is the best fire you can fight. Prevent it so that you will be the greatest firefighter. So, after prevention, in which you must be able to outline your preparedness. Outline your preparedness. But like I said earlier that as far as human behavior perceives that accident do happen, if it happens, then there must be a response plan. Definitely after response, the next thing is to recover. That's the recovery period. You enter the recovery period to recover from that emergency. And the last, which is also interwoven, it can also be in the middle space, is mitigation. So, how do we bring the emergency to the best minimum? So for prevention, we have to focus on the creation of plans, training and exercise well ahead of disaster to prepare your organization. So if you don't have this action plan in place for your facility, it's time to design one, and I believe after this class, you should be able to do that on your own. So, you have to consider the hierarchy of controls for prevention How do we prevent? The first thing is we can prevent by elimination. By elimination. You must determine whether it is possible to eliminate hazard in order to prevent a potential emergency. We all can identify hazards. There are always hazards in waiting. You know that electricity are always there, and they can become hazards if you disable them, because they can shock you. In the first instance, they can electrocute, even to death. So that's why if you can eliminate, we can eliminate electricity. So what substitution do we have? Can we consider substituting a work process or tool or material for a less hazardous one? If you identify an hazard and it's an hazard you cannot do without, can we substitute it? If we also cannot substitute, we can deploy engineering control of such an hazard. That is, we place a control process, because we know fire can always happen. That is why we design an engineering control in fire safety equipment. Having fire extinguisher in your workplace, having smoke detector like we have here. This is a typical example of a smoke detector. We can also have others in place. If engineering control cannot do enough, we can also deploy administrative control, which includes training on how we can manage the control. We can also do a shift rotation of jobs which are hazardous in nature and create an administrative control around them so that people can work within less time without hazard. Of course, we can also put signages. We can put signages where we have caution, hazard, danger, different kind of warning around that hazardous area so that people cannot just stray into hazard. Definitely, the last option is that if they want to work with hazard, I'm a firefighter. We know that it's hazardous going to fight fire, and that's why we deploy the last option of personal protective equipment. You can see when a firefighter put on his fire suit, his helmet, his boots, and all that he needs to put on too. The doctors too, they use their hand glove, they use their face mask, and some of PPE. So this the next after prevention, like we have seen earlier, is preparedness. And this involves planning and training for an emergency or disaster. We must plan, we must train. How do we do that? You educate your workers, you conduct training, you run drills. What we mean by drills are simulation exercise. Maybe you just set aside a day and you trigger your fire alarm if you have one, and you see how your workers will respond. It is good. They say practice makes perfect. If you practice how to respond to emergency, if it eventually happens, you will have mastered the skills of how to respond on and out. Because definitely the emergency won't tell you it's coming. It will just happen. It will just happen. So Okay, this is a picture to just tell us more about prevention. That's that hierarchy of control, regulation, substitution, protection, isolation, engineering, administrative, which is safe work practices, and then PPE. So we say one gives, then we can also look at our physical fitness level. In the course of running drills, you see our physical fitness level. But also you sound an alarm. You expect everybody within that facilities to move to the muster point, where we have that's the fire assembly points in alternative. And you need to time them, see how many minutes it has taken them to move. How lackadaisical do they move? Or how soon do they move away from an emergency zone area to a safe place? Because presumably the muster point now or fire assembly point are safe area. So we don't have such a dedicated area in that place, in our facilities. So also information to back up when we inform ourselves on emergency, it means we are getting conscious of safety. So you also need to make available resources, which is critical to emergency preparedness. You need to prepare your company so that you can effectively manage emergency disaster, and your company also can be prepared if they experience such, so that they can avoid catastrophic consequences. Because if you are not prepared, you will be called out. And in this case, I'll tell you that when emergency happens, the time for preparedness is over. It is then the time of response. To prepare so that emergency will not happen. Because if it happens, it becomes a matter for response. So, like I said earlier, mitigation is seen between the hierarchy of our prevention strategy. If we prevent, if we prepare, then we can also see that we have mitigated any eventuality, because it involves activity that can reduce the chances of the effect of a disaster. These are activities put together to reduce. And this allows organization to reduce the loss of life and physical assets, such as building and supplies, that may lessen the overall effect of the disaster on a facility and a community as an entity. So, this is needed by every organization. So, like I said, the time for when emergency happens, the time for preparation is over. It becomes the time of response. And response can be defined as actions taken during or immediately after an emergency has occurred. Actual emergency or disaster. First, ensure medical attention for victims if necessary. And that's why most of the firefighters arrive at the scene of emergency. The first thing they will be asking is, anybody trapped? Because that life is far important than even the building on fire. And that person must first be seen, even before engaging in firefighting. They do that simultaneously because it will not be easy even for you as a firefighter to enter into fire to rescue someone. But you must go with your fire hose, charged one, which means along the way you use the water to clear the way for you to get to victim. And if the victim also require you to get him or her wet, you can also use the water on him or her so that you can save his or her life as quickly as possible. So, actual emergency or disaster, first ensure medical attention for victims if necessary. Then initiate environmental response. This response protects the property or any appropriate responses based on the emergency at hand. If somebody trip and fall, you know that that person needs a first aid attention. So the emergency will determine the response you are going to give. This is where all your hard work and preparation comes into play. It is what you have prepared for, trained for, and conducted exercise to simulate. So you can effectively respond if you have put action in place. And the last stage is after response, you must come to recovery. So you begin to recover what has gone and what has not gone. That is the recovery plan, which involves restoring normalcy after an emergency, which is under control, beginning the cleanup process, repair of any damage, if it is required as part of your plan, calling the appropriate cleanup and restoration services. And this also comes in phases. There are short-term recovery, there are medium-term recovery, and there are long-term recovery. Because immediately you are done with that emergency, there are some things you can recover immediately. There are others that will take some time to also put in place to recover. And there are some which you even take the proper planning. If you build the government now, this is a long time recovery because you have to restore the building by rebuilding it. So next, we will look at how to develop emergency response preparedness plan. The first to do is to institute a plan. And how do we institute the plan? With these 5 measures, we can institute a plan of emergency response plan. That is, we must establish terms of reference of what the plan should be. We must determine authority and governance. Who want to be in charge? The standard practice in the world over is that anywhere you have up to 10 workers, you must have one person who is knowledgeable, if not HSC certified, but is knowledgeable to take the lead role in an emergency situation. So it should be a team leader. That's why we determine authority and governance. Who will be in charge? Identify potential affected and functional operations. Who will be at risk if emergency happens? Then, if you are going to constitute a team for an emergency response plan, you must determine the team size. Are they going to be 2, 3, 4, or more? You must determine the team size. And under authority and governance, everybody must have a role. There will be a team member and there will also be a team leader. And that's why you need to identify team member based on their experience as well as the skills they must have acquired to determine that. 2, you have to assess and identify. Assess internal and external environments. Is my facility internally at risk or externally at risk? If your facility is just beside a petrol station, you should know that you have an external risk to be concerned of, to even prepare for. If you live in a lowland, like the people of Sherry roughly now, you can see that the Ocean River Basin water is overflowing. So if you live in a lowland, you have an external risk to plan for. In the time of flooding, what will be your emergency plan? So you must plan along. Maybe you want to relocate at that point in time. So those are part of external arguments.
Okay, conduct a gap analysis and assessment of existing management plans. Your plan, your emergency preparedness plan must suit into your management plan because your management must buy into it. You can't do it in isolation. They must buy into it. So we must factor it and they buy into it. Identify vulnerabilities. Who are those at risk if it happens? Identify hazards and threats within and outside the environment. Consider legislative requirements. What laws are you going to put in place to carry out your emergency preparedness plan? What law is going to govern this? Then conduct a comprehensive hazard assessment of all hazards. You may need an expert. If it does need an expert, they are always available. But if you must take a chance, maybe after this lecture to do it on your own, to determine the risk, consider the potential likelihood and severity of an emergency. Consider potential consequences. Consider the impact on the organization if it happens. Determine priorities. What will be your priority if emergency happens? Identify risk mitigation control, and definitely you also need to prioritize your plan. Number 3 talks about develop a plan elements. Your plan must be determined by priority. It must be determined by goal. You must identify your limitation. When we train people about fire risk, we tell them if you are not a firefighter, the only fire you can attend to is a bucket-sized fire. So you must determine your limitation, identify it. Establish governance, mentioned that earlier. Examine your prevention, mitigation, preparedness, response, and recovery requirements, and identify and assess opportunities, hazards, and threats. It's like doing your SWOT analysis on the potential of an emergency within your facility. 4, you have to develop a plan. When you develop a plan, you must determine the timelines. How long do you want to draw the plan? What's the timeline? Engage stakeholders in the development of the plan. Everybody you are developing that plan for is also a stakeholder, and you must be able to reach out to them because they must buy in. It's quite unfortunate. There was a fire at on a Kiriki road at Oludiapopa, just on 2 sets. About 4 souls were lost in the fire. One of them actually escaped from the fire, but went in to make her food, and she couldn't make it. She couldn't make it. So that's why you need to engage stakeholders. So fire will not happen when somebody is saying our food, our certificates, our laptop, that laptop which is our life or his life, he wants to go and get it. Because if you have informed such a person, if you have engaged such a person, and he is well informed, we know that he won't even dare it. Draft a plan. Again, you need to be engaged stakeholders because they must buy it. Because you are not doing the plan for only yourself. You are doing it for everybody involved, and everybody involved as stakeholder. It is good to revise and update the plan, and when it is finally ready, you can seek a final approval. Because The final approval, it means your management must stamp that your plan, that your emergency preparedness must stamp by your management so that they can hold it while you can implement it. Finally, you have to implement, roll out, and maintain the plan. Roll out the plan, educate stakeholders and response teams about the plan, set aside assets and resources, consider the logistics involved, conduct required training, conduct exercises. We have talked about simulation exercises too, which are paid exercises. Update the plan based on lessons learned from exercises, because when you do that key, when you engage in key, you will see some lacuna that you need to learn for. And when you identify such lacuna, you need to update your plan based on the lessons you have learned from using your exercises or any changing factors within. Because if you have any equipment now, like all of us has kitchen, and there are various type of electronic gadget today to even to make our kitchen a go-to place. And as you consider this new equipment, are you also considering the emergency response around them? Because those are changing factors. If you are using a 13-amp socket and you go to buy microwave oven and you begin to plug in that 13 amps, by the time it will result into fire. So you must consider, you must update your plan. And that's why you must review and update the plan at scheduled intervals as changing factors. You must do. I think we have arrived at questions and answers.
Thank you, sir. We now have, before we take our question and answer, I would like us to take the next presentation so that we just round up today's training with our question and answer. So, for both the people on site and online, you can take your time to jot down the questions, and then after the second presentation, we present the questions and the two presenters can now answer them. Thank you very much.
Afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and our participants online. Yes, it is good. I'm handling the last presentation of the workshop, and from what previous speakers have done to various modules assigned to them, and I also seek this opportunity to let us know that these modules are not independent. Is that clear? When you look at the modules, they are somehow interrelated. Okay? So you need to pay attention to each of these modules. Okay? You need to pay attention to each of these modules for you to be able to function effectively as a facility manager. So, going by what I have with me, the outline of my lecture is well spelled out. If it's not my slide. It's not my slide. Thank you. Yes. The lecture outline involves concept of security, why security management in facilities, importance of security, the common threats to physical security, then security management system up to security in the future. Why the technical crew team is attending to the slide. How many of us are practicing as facilities managers here? How many of us are practicing as facilities managers? Only you. So, why? Concept of security. Let me go ahead. Yes. Concept of security. May I say that facilities management scope, most especially for us in Nigeria, is evolving, isn't it? Can we actually say that what we do, the scope of services we render as facilities management, are all encompassing? No, they are not all encompassing. What are your roles as facilities management? The scope of services you render. Security, you render security. To supervise them. Good.
Plumbing, gardening and horticulture, cleaning, electrical maintenance, sewage treatment, water treatment.
Thank you so much. Any other submission? Yes, I'm happy that security management is under your custody as facilities management. I'm so happy. Then, looking at what the previous speakers, the concept of security is trying to dwell on program or system we put in place, okay, to protect the assets of an organization, which we know assets can be in form of art, that is physical, what you can see and feel. Okay, so part of the physical assets of an organization are the facility itself, okay, and the human beings, the occupants of that facility. They are assets of the organization, okay. Once you resume in your office, okay, it is the responsibility of your employer to protect you, right from the inception to the end of your service in that facility. So the soft, which many of us may not pay attention to, is the information. Is that clear? Yes, information of the organization. I believe at the moment that is not within the scope of facilities management in Nigeria. Okay, so in other clients, it is the responsibility of the facility management, okay, to put a program in place in ensuring that there is no cyber attack on the organization information. So security deals with prevention of malicious acts such as sabotage, arson, and terrorism. Yes, the last speaker dwelled on fire risk management. Okay, yes, we could see what happened during NSAS protest, where government properties were set ablaze
okay, is a form of arson. So we must be readily prepared to take care of this. So the goal of security is for protection of assets, both hard and soft. As I have said, why security management in facilities? It is obvious that we can't leave the security aspect to the government. Is that clear? So what's the number of police we have in Nigeria? And if we should go by what the standard is, I believe we are still far, far more below the standards specified in terms of the number of security to the population of the citizens. So in that case, it is obvious that the police is overwhelmed, okay? So we have to start thinking of how to secure ourselves. Then the general increase in fear of crime. Yes, I know many of us took a very pragmatic move in ensuring that we secure ourselves as well as our facilities when the previous protest, bad governance. Isn't it? Yes, because we do not want to experience what happened during NSA's protest. Then also transfer of non-conforming security tasks to the private sector and growing value and profitability of assets requiring more protection. So looking at the facilities under consideration, you have invested, the owner has invested a huge sum of money to put that facility in place. So it is important that it secures that facilities for profitability rather than it being damaged from any form of security threats. So these are few importance of security. It keeps employees and visitors safe. As I've said earlier, it is the responsibility of an organization to ensure the safety and well-being of the occupants of its facility, the workers, the visitors, and what have you. It also protects the assets of organization, both physical and soft, from being attacked, controls access to the facility, and also keep all stakeholders compliant. So by that, it is the responsibility of each and every one of us to be security conscious. And we need to be involved in ensuring that our facilities are secured. Common threats to physical security. Yes, we have three major categories of threats to physical facilities. The first is internal threats. These are threats within an organization. Okay, these are threats within an organization, and they are mostly challenged. Okay, as workers in an organization, who know what he or she has in mind to do, either to the occupants of that facility or to the physical assets of that facilities. So internal threats are tougher to predict. Okay, as we all know, somebody that is very close to you, who is your enemy, is exactly than enemy that is far away from you. Because an enemy that is very close to you knows everything about you. Okay, and it will be easy for him to attack you and move out there. So internal threats can be accidental or malicious in nature. Accidentally, in the sense that it is not intended. Is that clear? It is not intended. But it could also be well planned, intended, and planned and executed. So we also have external threats. These are threats originating outside an organization. Okay? Yes. By a third party outside an organization. And this could include malicious acts from anyone. Okay? And also natural disasters. Okay? That natural disasters now leads to the natural threats. So natural disasters could be in form of what? Floods, earthquakes, lightning strikes, and all the rest. So what we are saying is that internal risk to a very large extent is within the control, okay, of that organization compared to natural threats. No one will say what will happen in form of natural threats, such as lightning strikes, earthquakes, and flood. Security management system, I've spoken on this before. Security management practices. Information is key to security management. So that means a security management team or system must be well informed. They must have data for them to plan on how to handle the security obligations. It must also be directed. There must be a clear direction as to what is required. Then independent. As the case is, the security management system must be independent, free from interference. Okay, though they will be monitored. So then acceptable. Security must be financially, socially, and ethically acceptable. It is not a free task. Organization must invest heavily, and it should also conform to the social norms and also ethical standards. Cooperative. It must also have cooperation of other internal and external agencies. Yes. In an organization where you have a robust security architect, you must also liaise with other security agencies, such as police. Okay. Another example is the fire safety when it comes to the issue of fire outbreak. And so on and so forth. It could also be with the nearest hospitals in terms of emergencies and what have you. Monitoring is also very key. You need to monitor and control the activities of the security management team. Consistency is also very important. Security operations must be consistent in time, space, and application to all staff. As I said earlier, the security is a business of everyone within that facility. So that is to say, if you see something, you must say something. Thank you so much. So these are other principles of security management that is unpredictable. When, how, and where security operations will be conducted must be random. You don't need to let your enemies, the threats who are going to harm you, to know where you are. Is that clear? So you must put the security architecture in a form that your enemies will not be able to predict the next move. Also concentrated. In an event of little thing, make sure that there is security present there to scare whoever will come to do negative thing on the facility and the occupants. Appreciated. Yes. Security initiatives must be impressed upon all staff to ensure their significance is embraced. Okay? You must have a reward system for what input any security member put in place. Crime prevention design.
Natural access control, yes. This natural access control is fundamental to security management. So what does it entail? Natural access control includes clearly marked borders, single restricted entry points. Yes, in some cases, you will go to some organizations, no matter how large the crowd is, they will always put some access restriction here, just to deter you if you don't have something serious to do in that organization. Okay? A good example is if you visit Friesland Campaigner, the makers of Big Lake, I'm telling you, if you don't have any serious business in that organization, you will not visit them. They will take you through this safety training and what have you. If you fail, they will not allow you to come. They will say, go back, come next time. So it's a form of natural access control. They don't want to provide access to everyone. Yes, that's good. The natural surveillance. This include facing office windows and desks towards the entry points. You know, some organization deliberately, okay, the windows, even nowadays, some offices are not even with solid walls, cutting walls, all true. That is to say, while working in the office, you can be seeing what is happening outside the office. It's a form of natural surveillance. Then territorial reinforcement, that is putting barriers in front of fences, okay, around your building, around the facility. Yes. So categories of security controls. Security controls are also very, very important in managing threats to a facility and its occupants. Preventative, as the previous speaker said, do everything within your ability to prevent threats happening. As highlighted for fire, when you want to manage fire very well, the best thing is prevent it from happening. Okay, so if you cannot prevent it from happening, you have other options, but prevention is the best. So preventative controls. These are controls to prevent unauthorized actions. Example of these could include locks, biometrics, man traps. For instance, when you visit banks, the man trap door is not just there for fun. Okay, if you have some foreign data on you, the man trap will not provide access to you into the banking hub. So what happens is the security officer will say, okay, you have something on your body. If you bring it out and you discover that it is not harmful objects, they will say, okay, there is a way they will make it so that you can have access. Okay, so these are preventative controls. We also have detective controls. These are meant to send signal alerts to the control room that there is a threat about to happen. So, and this can be through recording and reviewing security cameras and what have you. So we also have corrective controls. Corrective controls are to restore systems to normal after unwanted or unauthorized activity occurred. No matter how robust the security architect is, because human beings cannot be perfect. Okay? One way or the other, there could be loopholes. Okay, so these corrective controls will always restore the systems to normal after unwanted or unauthorized activities. So we also have recovery. These controls are meant for after security incident has occurred. Recovery controls are meant to restore functionality
of the system and organizations. So we also have talent. These controls are meant to encourage actions. Example includes beware of dog or security signs. Okay, so all this. So someone said that, is it not, why must we install cameras, okay, at places where people will be seeing it? Okay, you know that we are stronger than one another. Somebody entering the premises and see that security cameras are here. If he's not strong enough, go ahead. Though, despite the fact that we have cameras that are obvious everywhere, still make an attempt to hide some camera, because the tough ones, we find a way of manipulating it. There was a case of robbery in a bank. They have identified where cameras are. When they came at night, what they did was they put on masks and also hand gloves so that their fingerprints cannot be detected. So what they now did was to go to places where cameras were installed. They damaged the cameras and what have you. Fortunately, there are some systems, okay, within the banking hall that captured the footage. Okay, externally too, there were some hidden cameras that also captured them while they were trying to damage the cameras that were open to them. So all this can also go to a very large extent in preventing threats to an organizational facility. Then the last is the compensating. Compensating is like a form of contingency. This provides a supplementary or alternative solution to a control that is too expensive or difficult to implement. So the compensating control is additional security control installed to help to compensate for any weaknesses in another control. That is to say, for instance, a security officer may decide to disable the man trap door, that it will allow inflow of people or outflow of people. But that should not happen within certain time frame. If it's prolonged, there should be something that will signal whoever is in control of security breach. So classes of barriers. I have said this, psychological barriers. Because with what happens in Friesland campaign, if you don't have any serious business in that organization, you won't get exactly. Psychologically, you say, well, why am I disturbing myself passing through all this? So provides deterrence through signage, security lighting, no fences on boundaries, and CCTV. We also have electronic barriers, detect the presence of intruders in restricted areas, and also technological barriers include optical and infrared, intelligent CCTV, and what have you. The CCTV people installed are not intelligent. Why are they not intelligent? They do not signal you when there is threat. Okay? But intelligent CCTV will signal you when there is a threat. We have physical barriers such as fences and walls, shutters, locks, all forms of pipes and safes, and security. A good example is I walked into a premises. If you drive your car to a certain, okay, you see a barrier there. Not until an access is provided for you, you cannot drive your car, because the floor, the road is, once the barrier is closed, you see some sharp metals, okay, coming up. But once the barrier is opened, everything becomes flattened and you move on. So no matter what happens, if you make an attempt to damage the barrier, that thing will still remain there. It's your car that will be damaged. Exactly, yes. So it's a form of security diffusion. This is very, very key. Security diffusion is expected to be transformed through innovations in security. Because human beings cannot take care of every aspect of security. So we must start thinking of innovations that will make security management much more effective and efficient. So some of the technologies that we should be embracing in security management are defense technology as a future indicator, mobile devices. That is, anywhere you are, you can monitor what happens real time on your facilities. Smartphones, future data access, robotic devices. Yes, there is this one that we saw in China, where you have zebra crossing. If the light hasn't turned green for you to move, and you want to force yourself to move, robot will just come and knock your head. Go back. Yes. 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 Go back. You know, these are more of robotic devices and also control applications. Yes, there are some facilities that if you try to force your way to some restricted areas, you will just see hot water. Yes. Hot water will start. Yeah, exactly. So the same thing with most of the vault doors. If you are familiar with bank vault doors, they are heavy. Usually, the specification for the construction of vault door is supposed to be stainless steel. You know, stainless steel, for you to really melt stainless steel, this oxygen or the acetylene film cannot heat stainless, cannot melt stainless steel. So you need a very high temperature flame to melt it. So if you are able to succeed in bringing a very high flame, okay, to damage the stainless steel, some vault doors have what is it called? Some flammable materials that immediately it will just burst and may damage you. Okay, the same thing with our security safes too. If you damage it unnecessarily, there is ink in some security safes that will just splash on the notes, which will make it useless at the end of the day. So security diffusion continues. We have smart facility plant and equipment, integrated and intelligent system, smart sensors, acoustic surveillance sensors. Yes, for now our CCTV oftentimes do not capture voice. Does it? It doesn't. Yes. So acoustic surveillance sensors. And also, some psychologists are working. You know that somebody may have access to your company, most especially when they want to commit threats. Okay, they will be talking, but their body language, okay, psychologists will look at it and send signals. That is why when you get to some organizations, when you are in the waiting area, most especially high-level organizations, limit the way you be to your friends. Are you getting it? So they will read meaning to it. Yes. So and we also have smart barriers, as I said earlier. Smart barriers, if you want to force your way in, barriers will cause some form of damage. This is a video game. Can you play it for us or later? When it is there. Conclusion. Security has a critical role in the performance of organization and should be given serious consideration in our future endeavor. So the future of security can be determined by a number of threats and predictions according to present and past experiences and performance. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. We can clearly see that when we talk of facilities management, we are not just talking of the assets, we are also talking of the security of the asset and the end user. If the assets and the end user are not properly secured from internal, external, and natural threats, then we can see that we do not have a facility or an asset to manage. Thank you very much again for that presentation. Now we are going to questions and answers. So for those who are online, you can raise up your hands online and you will be called, or you can type your question into the chat box and your questions will be read. If you are on site and you have questions, let's have them. Yes.
Yes, sir. My question is from the first lecture.
Okay, the first lecturer, that's on fire safety, fire prevention.
You said something about fire. That's when we have combustible material. I don't know if I got that wrong. Yes.
More than 2 combustible.
More than 2. What if we have one?
Definitely there will be fire.
So okay, how can you correlate this with the fire jam where we have heat, air, and fuel?
That is more than 2 combustible substances.
Now let me say combustible. I will use an example of electric cable as one of the material. So 2 combustible material. Now is air combustible on its own?
Yes, of course, air is combustible.
Okay. Now, because I want to believe that all my understanding is the electric cable is the only combustible material. Whereby when we have heat, probably there is an overload of appliance on the cable and it generates heat. Now the heat with the support of air around or oxygen around brings about fire. So the combustion, like the combustible material, I'm asking if air is a combustible material and heat.
Yes, air is combustible, and this is how it works. Taking your example, the electric cable you talk about is a fuel. Like you said, the triangle of fire is heat, fuel, and air. Fuel in this instance is anything that can burn. It's not electrical. Anything that can burn. And I'm happy to announce that everything can burn. There's nothing on solid light that cannot burn. So the electric cable now is the fuel. Definitely we have everywhere we are. This place we are now. Fire can happen. Because anywhere you have 2 of what can make fire happen present. You have air. Air is the oxygen we are talking about. The oxygen and liquids. That is the air we are talking about. Oxygen is the right word. So you have the oxygen, the air present, and you have fuel. Very well present. This is a fuel. This is another fuel. This is another fuel. Myself talking. Yourself. So 2 things are available always. But the third that is not available is the heat. Whereas heat is also always available. But we call it here now, we are having a room temperature conducive for everyone. If we have all these AC and these windows remain closed, what will happen? it will become unconditional for us. So the heat, you know that heat is present. That's what I'm telling you. Heat is also present. But the heat that will generate it to fire, it is not that is present. Natural heat is present. But the heat, and this heat is when you heat up any material or those two substances. Now, rise to the point of ignition of that very fuel. For example, the cable. If you introduce electricity into that cord, normally there can be a cable and you didn't plug it. Not to be able to. But once you introduce electricity into it, and it becomes like the example I gave of microwave oven using a 13 amp socket. 13 amp socket, if you use anything less or conducive for it, it will not generate to fire. But anything above it, it will aggravate it and it will rise to the point of ignition of that very substance. And the next thing you see is spark. And if you don't have a hand to spark carefully, it results into fire. And so at any point in time, it is the introduction of it to that level of the point of ignition that results into fire.
Sir, what's the best material that should be used to fight electric fire?
Okay, the best material to fight electric fire is to switch off and unplug. Anything on fire, look, if electricity don't burn, the cable, that's the fuel that is burning. But for you to fight electric fire, you must switch off and disconnect. The same thing with gas. The best firefighter may not be able to, like, you want to fight a transformer on fire. So, or a gas, if a gas container is leaking, the best way to fight the fire is to go there and knock off the valve of the gas. If you do not, the best firefighter cannot put it out. It will just practically maintain the velocity of the fire until the gas burn out. If you cannot get to switch off the valve. So the gas will naturally, when it burn out, because if it's isolated, then it will not spread to other things. But if it's not isolated, then definitely, before even the gas is burn out, it will have spread to other materials around it. And that's where isolation comes in firefighting.
Answer my question. Now we already have fire, like a physical fire.
Okay. Before I told you, isolate my electricity. Then before you now pull up, the best fire extinguisher is dry chemical powder extinguisher.
Just answer.
So that's the best. But even before you start,
you wanted to hear.
before you do that,
Thank you very much. Before you answer, let me just give you a little, very fast. The principles of firefighting, from the little knowledge I have, is when you isolate any of the three causes of fire. It's either you isolate the oxygen that is feeding the flames, you isolate the fuel, or you reduce the flash point, or what we call the fission temperature of the heat. So you have a fire that started at 50 degrees Celsius, flammable material. Of course, he has told us that all materials have different flash points. So you have those that will have flash points. That's like kerosene and diesel, they have different flash points. They have different. So what you do, the basic principle of firefighting is just take out one of the three. Which of them is now a function of the type of fire?
And also another thing is you must look at the safest one. Okay, for example, this AC catches fire now. I will not advise you to go, and the best thing is to go and isolate the source of electricity. before you now start. Then the removal of oxygen is also very difficult. That you need a blanket. I need fire blanket. Okay, if you don't have fire blanket, you don't have access to fire blanket. No, thank you. So, you thought something about CCTV and alerting, yes, if there is a potential danger, yes. Can you put more light? Yes, that is what I'm saying. And you see that there is no technology that has, you see that we don't have technological advancement to that level, or it doesn't exist. Okay, yes. Let me quickly, you know that most of the CCTV system we have in place now in Nigeria, okay, based on the knowledge I have, is that, okay, for instance, something happened. I visited the head office of a bank, my cousin. So we used the gents and he forgot his phones. But not more than 2 minutes that we left the floor, the ground floor, he now remembered that he wasn't with his phones. And we quickly rushed down to the gents and did not see the phones. So as we got back to the reception, we told the security operative that this just happened in less than 5-10 minutes or what have you. And they were also worried. But what happened was that they just went to the control room and they played back the footage. And they were able to see the security officer that went into that gate. Immediately he moved out of the gate and they invited him. He was trying to be funny and they took him to the control room. We can say picking phones does not portend any form of gender. Okay, he could be the owner of that phone. But what I'm saying is there are some sensitive things that are embedded in cameras now. That's what we are thinking in the future. Are you getting me? Yes. That what everyone sees as threats, okay, should be quickly signaled. For instance, somebody coming into a premises trying to vandalize the camera or trying to cover up the camera. Are you getting me? There should be something that will come up whoever is in that control room that yes, see this. Are you getting me? Yes. For instance, if I come to you and I start playing with you this and that I do not do any harm to you. But immediately I do harm to you, what happens? You raise your voice. So same thing should also be incorporated in the CCTV. Okay, that's good. Yes. Can you share your experience?
CCTV with image detector and infrared sensor.
So
you go near the camera
yes.
to pick
and send it. Real time.
Detect better.
Yes, that's what we should be having.
I really appreciate the effort trying to pass knowledge on us. Yeah, I want to expatiate on what you just said because I think before now I've been able to call CCTV most especially some of the challenges we have that if I'm not on site, some things happened. And if you have your workers, nobody wants to talk or they might want to defend one another. But for the fact that I'm here, I know what is actually happening on my site presently. Now, I have some people working and on my phone, I can actually watch. Like what you said, There are cameras now. That depends on what the specification of what you want. Before it used to be analog. Now that things is now going AI. Yeah. If even unknowingly somebody enter my site, a message will pop up on my phone in form of image or in form of message that should check the footage. And obviously I go to my phone and I begin to watch. Now they've even advanced, they said that I can hear and talk to them. When they talk, they respond for immediate feedback. So unfortunately, most of us are just getting to key into the technology. I think the very first time we had this challenge, because I told my client, I have to work on your site, I have to install this. One for my own integrity and for it also to be at rest. When you know what we are doing, you'll be at rest. That okay, this is the work is going on. So the security man, we were talking. Unfortunately, it was on the mic. We were not talking on our own end. But the security man was looking everywhere. What is talking? In fact, the guy almost ran away from that environment. If we are seeing it, and what we are seeing is we are laughing. So the moment we are laughing, the guy is looking, hearing me. It was like, what is talking? Because it was in the night. The guy actually ran away. So, and over a time, we try to educate him to know what it's all about. Even the clients, my workers, when they were digging, and I was trying to monitor them that what you are doing is wrong. Do it like this. So they look at the camera, as one is shaking him and sorrow. So we have gotten to that technology and we are actually advancing when it comes to the sensor. There's some camera that once you enter like this, it pick your face. Once you pick your face, it store it. And there's some camera that once anything is not happening like that, it will go to that. But the moment there's a little movement, motion, it starts recording. And when there's no motion in the run again, it goes to reset. So we are going to use that technology. And I really want to employ with all that also into construction. You can also have this, that it keeps anxiety. That's one of the benefits. It keeps anxiety. What's happening now? You can put it in your kitchen, you have the gas, you have just open your phone and look at it. And I think it's one of those things we also can key into. Thank you.
Thank you. So yes, like I said, we are getting to that level when also the CCTV camera extract the way you are, the way you feel. Are you getting to decide there? Exactly. As I said now, we may not speak out some things, but we may be communicating in body language. We are getting to that level when the CCTV cameras will also take those details and analyze it. So oftentimes it may not be correct, but at least it's a way forward. We are getting there. Yes. Any other question? Those online.
So, for those online, you understand that there are no questions yet. But in case you have questions, tomorrow we'll be rounding up. Tomorrow we'll be rounding up. You can always write down our questions, get it ready, and it will be answered tomorrow. So I want to say a big thank you to everybody, both online and on site. We've taken a bit of time. We definitely have learned. And we'll be rounding up tomorrow. Like has been said before, tomorrow is going to be highly practical. So everybody should get their laptops ready, whether they're online or on site. The links will be sent, and we will be able to actually download a software that can be used to manage
facilities. So thank you again, everybody. Let's meet tomorrow. God bless us all. Please, for those of us who are here, very fast, let's just take a good pictures with our facilitators that were around today. Since they were not around yesterday.